Greetings. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Z Show. Or simply welcome. Maybe it's your first time here. I don't want to assume anything. You know what they say about assumptions? That's right. You don't want to make them for reasons. I don't have to give the reasons. Just know that assumptions are bad. For so many reasons. People pre-assume things all the time. They presume, postulate, conjecture. It's no good. It leads to problems. Like we'll discover tonight, assumptions lead to problems. Like when you assume models about the earth, when you assume forces of gravity that don't exist and are unevidenced, and then you go on like major podcasts like Tim Pool and you talk about your assumptions, but I'm jumping the gun. I got to hold back. I need to retain. I know a lot of you guys here practice retention, certain kind of retention. Well, I'm going to retain my material. I can't give it to you all at once. I learned that like a long time ago when I was a lad. You have to hold back a little bit. You got to warm them up. You know, just like I'm warming you guys up right now. You have to start off slowly. Maybe a little bit of tickle, a little nudge, a glancing look, a whisper. That's where we are right now. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Yeah, people are agreeing. This Manel, she agrees. And believe me, she knows. Have you seen this broad? If anybody knows, she knows. She's been there, done that. Yeah. she's been around she's been around the block, so to say, and then some, a couple blocks. But anyway, much love. Much love. It's all love here on Z Show. Sure, we can give it to people. Sometimes we hand people their ass on a silver platter. Sometimes people need it. Maybe I'm just giving you what you need. Like Manel, she knows. She's heard that many times. But anyway, greetings. Again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We have a lot to talk about. As you see in the title, what was the title? Oh, yeah, right. Does Witsit get it? And I understand. That's the most creative title I could have come up with. I'm sure there's been like 100 other titles like that in the history of YouTube. Seems like everybody likes to talk about this Witsit guy. Well, so be it, because we're going to talk about Witsit tonight. And we're going to be joined by our good friend, Mr. Nachiketa, who many of you know joined us on our last stream. I guess it was 3 days ago now. Maybe he'll give us a brief update tonight before we get into the material. We had quite a compelling stream last time. It was monumental in many ways. I mean, at least I thought so. We got to hear about Nachiketa's current challenges, his challenges since he's made his way to these Americas from his humble abode in the Himalayas. We heard about his trials and tribulations, living with two insane people, basically a hoarded out house. Apparently, Nachiketa had to eat scraps from Jason and Rose. They were just giving him, like, I don't know, like stale food and stuff. What was that about, Nachiketa? Did you get any good meals there, or was it just like, I don't know, like like expi? But again, much love, everybody. Much love, Jason and Rose. Again, we kid because we care. And as far as I know, we haven't heard from Rose yet. Has anybody heard from Rose? Let me know in the chat if you've heard from Rose. It's weird. It's almost like she's like conspicuously silent. What's the deal, Rose? For like some jappy broad who never really shuts the fuck up, you've been conspicuously silent. Explain that one to me. Yeah, nobody's heard from Rose. I wonder what she's up to. I wonder if she's like communicated back to her Mossad handlers in Tel Aviv. Because we know Rose is Mossad. I mean, I've always known, but now we really know. Now everybody knows. Now Nachiketa knows for sure. Yeah, I wonder if she's been in touch with the Israeli handlers. I'd imagine it'd be, I don't know, a little something like this. Rose! Rose, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Who is this? Who is this? It's BB. Oh, BB, how's it going? Wait, BB who? I know a bunch of BBs. I'm Rose, I know everybody. BB, Netanyahu! Come on, Rose. You know me. I'm the one who sent you there, to America, to infiltrate the truther community. Oh, hi, BB. Yeah, how's it going? Can you make this quick? I'm busy. Rose, I'm the Prime Minister of our country. Yeah, I know, BB. Get to it. Yes. Well, the reason I'm calling, Rose, is I'm wondering how your mission is going in the Americas. How did everything work out with that Nachiketa? Well, BB, we had a few complications. Complications? Rose, you're normally our most trusted agent. What do you mean, complications? Well, there were some complications, BB. I mean, I really don't want to get into it, but if we must, it was all Jason's fault. Jason? Yeah, BB, it was Jason. He basically scared Nachiketa off. Rose, I told you, when you first went to the Americas, that Jason was a disposable asset. You weren't supposed to live with him for years and years in his hoarded out house. You were supposed to get rid of him. Once you infiltrated Crow 777 Radio, you were to dispose of both of them and then move on to Nachiketa. Yeah, I know, BB. I know what I'm doing over here, okay? Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't know if Rose is like 100% Mossad or partially Mossad. We know she's 100% Jewish. I mean, come on. I mean, that's obvious. But the Mossad part. But either way. Oh, what do you mean, Rose? What do you mean Jason ruined your mission? Well, you know, BB, how we had Jason pretending to be a flat earther for all these years. Yes, of course. That was my protocol. Well, it was going fine, but when Nachiketa showed up, he couldn't resist, like, I don't know, having a bunch of static with Nachiketa, and he basically had to, like, I don't know, argue with Notch over and over again about refraction and scale. I told him not to do that, Rose. Well, he couldn't resist, BB. What do you want? Okay, Rose, here's the deal. Firstly, you're going to take care of this Nachiketa problem. Then, you're going to commence with the Zetetic Warrior agenda. I've already started with him. He has no idea that I'm basically sold out and I'm a complete agent. I don't know, Rose. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. No, BB, I've got this. Have I ever failed you before, BB? I don't know. Either way, Rose, I'm very disappointed in you lately. You've been very sloppy. Listen, BB, I call the shots here. You know that. I told you. I needed a new wheelchair years ago. Where's my new wheelchair? All in due time, Rose. All in due time. Well, BB, I mean, how can I work properly in these conditions? Do you know Jason has me living like a pile of trash? Do you know I've gone through all these years dealing with that motherfucker? He's gross. Do you know what it's like blowing Jason Lingram every day? Yes, Rose. This is why you went through so much training when you were here in Tel Aviv. So you can blow obese motherfuckers like Jason. It should be nothing for you. Are you using the breath mints? The banaka? Yes. But I can't get the aftertaste of his schmegma out of my mouth after I blow him. Rose, you don't have to blow him. You could fuck him too. BB, the wheelchair? Oh, sorry. I forgot. Anyway, you just continue to blow Jason Lindgren every day. Keep him happy. Make sure he shuts the fuck up about the globe. And you get back on this Nachiketa situation, okay? Okay, BB. I got it. Okay, Rose. I'll talk to you later. Bye, BB. Bye, Rose. Well, anyway, that was Rose and Benjamin Netanyahu. She calls him BB. We all do. I thought BB had some good questions and stuff. I'd imagine for Rose, it's probably a tough assignment. Living with Jason Lindgren all these years. Having to satisfy his sexual desires? That's horrible. Could you imagine, Jason? God. Well, I guess that's why she is the best agent they have. Yeah, that's right. BB, everybody. It's BB. Yeah, anyway, if anybody hears from Rose, let me know. I wonder. Anyway, God. Where was I? Are we doing a show here? We're doing a show here or what? Am I just going to fantasize about Rose's relationship with her homeland? Who knows? Who's here? My friend Joshua's here tonight. Are you still here, Joshua? I saw Josh. I'll put the link in later, Joshua, if you're around. I don't know what you're up to. You have to wait for the link here. I do a whole thing before I put the link in because, I actually have content. Believe it or not, this is content. Who would have thought? I don't just come online and open a panel up and have 10 people come and talk nonsense over each other. No, we don't do that here. It's a whole thing. It's a big production. But anyway, like I said, I kid because I care. But anyway, yeah, Notch is going to come up soon. And we're going to talk about the Austin Witsit Tim Pool appearance. Who here has already seen the Tim Pool appearance? Put a one in the chat if you watched Witsit on Tim Pool. I need to know. I need to know the temperature of the room. The good news is we're not going to review the whole thing. It's exceedingly tedious and nonsensical. But I have certain parts that I want to view. I'm not going to do the whole thing. All right, I'm seeing some ones come in. Not a lot, but some. Yeah, just a few ones. Okay. So it won't be repetition. So I probably should preface it. So our good friend, the apparent new leader of the Flat Earth community, I guess, Austin Witsit, made an appearance on Tim Pool's channel. For anybody who doesn't know, Tim Pool is I don't know, call him a content creator, Call him a social media guy, whatever. YouTube. I guess he has podcasts. I don't know. He's the guy with the beanie. Like, he's like me. He wears a beanie. It's like the same beanie all the time. Although his is black. Mine is like off black with stripes. He's the guy everybody always compares me to because I wear a beanie. We're like the same. Except he has like hundreds of thousands and millions of subscribers, and I have you guys. But hell, I wouldn't trade you guys for all the subscribers in the world. So don't feel dejected. Don't feel as though, I don't know, like I'm being ungrateful. I wouldn't trade you guys for all his millions and millions of subscribers and all the money he has and riches and cars and probably ladies. I don't know what he's up to. Anyway, he's one of these alt-right morons. Like, the funniest part about reviewing this podcast was like being reminded that Tim Pool like believes in Elon Musk and everything, and you know, he's ready to make America great again. He believes it. I'm sure he thinks his vote counts. But much love. And much love to anybody who thinks their vote counts. Who am I? What do I know? What do I know? I kind of like Trump. I just don't think he's like a real president or that any president's real. But I kind of like Trump. He reminds me that you could just be, you know, kind of like me, like sort of a degenerate and I don't know, kind of fucked up mentally in some kind of ways and still be very successful. So I like that about Trump. I like that about Trump. I don't mind that he likes to grab the pussy. I don't mind that about him. I think more pussies need to be grabbed. I mean, I'm not advocating for like sexual assault or anything like that, but I don't know. Sometimes you just need to grab a pussy. It's there. What else is it there for? I mean, come on, ladies. Oh, crikey. Crikey. So I don't mind Trump. And I don't mind that Tim Pool likes Trump. But I kind of do mind that Tim Pool thinks like Trump is a real president and the president's real. And that Elon Musk is like going to Mars and stuff. Is Elon Musk like the new vice president? Maybe he's just president. I don't know. Why is Elon Musk like running the country now? What's with that? Apparently he's buying everything with his oodles and noodles of dollars. They say he's worth like 200 billion, give or take. That's not real. None of it's real. Those numbers aren't real. The money's not real. His positions aren't real. I'm not even sure if his companies are real. I want everybody to stop with the Elon Musk thing. Just because somebody tells you like a bunch of stories and they do it a lot and like, I don't know, it's presented almost ubiquitously throughout the lamestream media doesn't make it real. Doesn't make it real. Just because your family loves Elon Musk now doesn't make it real. Unless your family's liberal, progressive. Either way. I'm tired of it now. But apparently Tim Pool thinks that Elon's real. But Tim Pool also thinks, you know, that he's orbiting the sun at more than 500,000 miles an hour. He thinks that. I guess if you believe that, you believe anything at this point. Yeah, Dr. Eval said Tim Pool's stream was over 2 hours. Yeah. We're not going to review all 2 hours, Dr. Evals. Don't worry about that. Just the pertinent parts. Just the part that focus on Witsit. Just the part, you know, that I could basically, you know, hand it to Witsit. Because we know I have to hand it to Witsit. Sorry, Witsit, but it's time for your ass to get served on a silver platter. It's not because I don't like you. It's not because I think you're arrogant and egoic, which I do, but that's not the reason I'm going to hand your ass to you. It's mostly because of your allegiance with Jaren. Like, otherwise, I would just maybe like bring you up in passing and just kind of point out where you're wrong in like a rational way. But since you and Jaren are boys, yo, and since you and Jaren are like, I don't know, like best buds, and you're going down to Antarctica together, and you're apparently like, I don't know, business partners. Jaren's words, not mine. I'm going to hand it to you, Witsit. You're just going to get it. fucking Witsit. I wonder if I can get Witsit to call in. Witsit was on the show last time. He was like, I don't know, going back and forth with some of my my panelists. Witsit, are you there? Can I get you, Witsit? Hold on, everybody. Let me see if I can get Witsit on. Let me see if I can make that happen. I know, it's a big one. You just thought I was going to just rip on Witsit with Nachiketa all night, but turns out I think I can get him on the phone. Hold on. Austin, are you there? Yeah, that's Z. Z. Zetetic Warrior from YouTube. Yes. Yeah. No, I want to bring you on. No, it's okay. All right, we're going to go live. Let me get Witsit up here. Let's get him up live. No, Austin, it's fine. No, you can put the baby down. Your wife can feed the baby. It's not a big deal. She can do stuff too. Remember we talked last time about the birds and the bees and yeah, okay. All right, come on up, Witsit.
Stop running in the hall. Good to stop. Slow down, sir. Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate. Got it. Fucking science.
I got your music up. Are you there, Witsit? Yeah, Z, I'm here. All right, Witsit. Now, I don't know if you saw, but we're going to be talking about you tonight. I have your name in the title, which means you're the topic of conversation. More appropriately, your appearance on Tim Pool. Witsit, how did you think that Tim Pool appearance went? Like, you think it was successful, or how do you think you did? Well, I don't know, Z. What do you want? Did you go in Tim Pool, Z? I went on Tim Pool. Did you go on Tim Pool? Well, no, I wasn't invited, and I don't think I would go on Tim Pool, really, if he invited me. I mean, maybe if he brought me on as like a guest, just one-on-one, but you were there with like Alex Stein and like some weird geocentric guy, and then like, I don't know, like an astrophysics neuroscientist guy. What was that about? Well, here's the thing, Z. Once you become like as famous as I am, and you have like 40,000 subscribers, and you've been on Alex Jones, and you're going to Antarctica, like, well, then maybe you'd be able to go in Tim Pools like me. All right, I get it, Witsit. You're the king of flat Earth. I mean, I know I conquered the flat Earth mafia and everything, but I guess you're still the king. Good for you. You're right. You got invited to Tim Pools and not me, and you make all the money from grifting all the flat Earth morons out of their hard-earned shekels. And I don't know. Apparently, I don't know how to do that, or I'm unable or unwilling. But either way, I get it. Look, you got a family. You need to support your family and whatever you got to do. But anyway, how did that Tim Pool appearance go? I thought it was great, Z. Why, do you think otherwise? I don't know, Witsit. I did take issue with a few points you were making. Yeah, Z, what is that? Did you disagree with interferometry, Sagnac effect? Well, kinda, but that's not all of it. I mean, there's more. I'm bringing Nachiketa up, and we're going to get into it. I mean, you're welcome to watch it, just like everybody else. And maybe you'll learn something. What can I learn from you, Z? I heard you're one of those rising earthers. You think there's an upward vector? I don't know, Witsit. I mean, have you looked at the evidence? Are you like unaware that demonstrably there is one, and electrostatics is actually impossible because there's physically no downward acceleration? Have you looked into that, Witsit? Of course I have, Z. Don't you know? Interferometry tells you everything. It's just interferometry. Witsit, you just can't say interferometry. Like, that's not an argument. I don't even know how you think that could possibly be an argument. It's just interferometry, Z. You don't understand. Do you understand? Do you know science? I love science. Listen to my song. I love science.
Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Moonshine.
Goggles,
Moonshine.
nodules,
Moonshine.
buckets.
Moonshine.
All right, Witsit, that's enough, dude. Maybe you'll come talk to us later in the show. I got to get Nachiketa up here. I always leave him waiting in the background, and then maybe he starts to feel a certain way. He can only meditate so long. He can only do that Vipassana meditation for long enough. I wonder if Nachiketa retains. I was talking about retainment earlier. Nach, do you retain? They call it edging now in the popular vernacular. It's called edging. Are you into that? Maybe Nach will let us know if he's into edging and retaining. I imagine he is. I bet Nachiketa could retain. Who knows? Maybe he'll let us know. I don't see anything in the chat. Maybe when he comes up, he'll let us know. But anyway, yeah. We're going to get into it. Once I get Notch up, I'll try to actually do a serious critique on this Witsit Tim Pool thing. I'll try not to break into song or parodies or otherwise. It's just sometimes I just can't help lampooning on these people. All right. Why don't we get this show started officially, and then I'll bring Nachiketa right up and we'll get into it. I know what you guys are here for. Yeah, Witsit fans, go ahead. All you out there, tune out, then come in, hate watch. I'm going to hand it to you too. In case you guys haven't noticed, the gloves are off with these people. I literally don't give a fuck about any of them. It turns out they don't give a fuck about any of you. Jaren's willing to sell every one of you out for a little bit of fame, fortune, and whatever. Austin, who knows what the fuck he's doing? It's all right. Hey, Austin, when Jaren turns on you, are you going to come and talk to me? Have a conversation? We'll see if that happens. Because that's right, everybody. It's only a matter of time before Jaren turns. He's turned already. And no, I'm not going to bring up Jaren's penis again. Maybe later. For anybody who wasn't here last show, we had a special guest. His name was Jaren's penis. He came and visited us. Jaren's penis may need a whole segment. Maybe a whole show. Special guest, Jaren's penis. Anyway, I messed up my music. Where's my music? Yeah, I see you guys laughing in the chat. You missed it. Jaren's penis is good buddies with me. We hang out and stuff. And he's great. He's smart. He's awesome. Jaren's penis is way better than Jaren. Let's put it that way. He knows it too. All right, let's get this show on the road. We've fucked around long enough here. Let's make sure my vocal folds are ready. Let me take a sip of this tasty beverage I have here. Ah, there we go. And we'll get the camera on. Good news is Nachiketa's backstage waiting patiently. There I am. Greetings, everybody. Let me get this situated. And official opening right now. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way to Z Show. That's right, folks. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, yes, as always, We are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal topographical plane that we call Earth. Again, you're in for a stupendous show tonight. I'm bringing Nachiketa back for a couple reasons. One, his channel is on probation. He's on a probationary strike until Thursday, Friday, I don't know. We went over why. Maybe he'll give us an update. But either way, Nachiketa is going to come up. We are going to talk about one Mr. Witsit and his appearance on Tim Pool, as I've already said. All right, everybody, strap on in. As always, you are in for a good time. Who's here? Who's here? Gary Baxter in the house. Mr. R. Pole coming at you. Good to see you. Dr. Evals, much love. DTech 2FZ. Greetings, Jason S. Salutes to you. Capricorni, hello, lovely lady. DSN says Coca-Cola Z. Good guess, you nailed it. Daniel Triplette coming at us from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Awakened Mind, greetings, Dave. Dave. Much love, Dave. I think it's how do you, Gary Baxter. Truth Hurts TV, and yes, it certainly does. Ruled by Saturn, coming at you. Jimbo Khan. Morgan from the Isabella Live 2.0 channel. Droopy Dog, coming at you. Good to see you again. Mind the Gap. Mind the Gap. Welcome. Realm Walker. Good to see you. Lovely lady. Divine Spark 313. Heidi, coming at us from the FLA. RY in the house. And so many more. Without any further ado, let's bring up our good friend Nachiketa. Nach,
Namaste, G, and everybody else. Good to see everybody. You can see I have a different setting. I am in the room next to my room where there's an actual door, and I'm right above the Wi-Fi. So I hope I have better Wi-Fi connectivity. So that's why I'm here.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here again, Nach. So for the frequent listeners of the show, we talked to you last time, man. Before we get into the whole Witsit Tim Pool thing, do you have any updates for us, man? How's it going?
Going well. I am working quite a bit these days and picking up more hours, actually. So things are good, which means I'm not as streaming as much, but I can't. Anyway, I think the YouTube jail thing is going to finish around Thursday, Friday-ish. I'll try to do a little monologue once I can go live, depending on whether some other surprises don't happen. So that's where we're at. All's well. All's well.
That's good to hear, man. I mean, in the end, that's all that really matters, right? Is that you're safe, you're healthy, wealthy, and wise. Who knows? I mean, wealthy in spirit, at least, Notch. That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters. I don't know if you heard earlier, we were able to listen in on Rose and her conversation with one Bibi Netanyahu. Turns out, I guess, certain people were right all along that, Rose really was not to be trusted and seemingly was sent here to infiltrate all of us in some kind of nefarious plan. Do you have any thoughts on that, Notch?
Only thing I will say is that I only ate expire food few times, but that was out of my own volition. Okay, there were no scraps given to me by them, so I just want to be fair in that sense. But again, I don't want to go into too many details about the pantry and the refrigerator because it would be embarrassing for everybody who's involved. Let's just say that it could have been a little bit better organized, but it is what it is. Again, like for me, like moving forward, at least this is what I've been hearing, and this is the kind of suggestions I've been getting. Cut it off, move on. Don't mention anybody's name. Just keep on going, and just leave them behind as much as possible without trying to get into any kind of a tussle. But that being said, anything that comes up as far as like YouTube is concerned, or whatever information that is out there that I disagree with, or I feel like I need to address, I'm going to address those things. So that's, I think, fair and square.
Notch, that sounds That sounds, I don't know, normal. It sounds like a good idea, man.
Yeah.
It sounds
Yeah.
reasonable. It sounds, but here's the thing: people aren't always reasonable. Even if we want them to be, even if we're being reasonable, sometimes people don't cooperate. But
Yep.
either way, man, I like your intentions, and I think your intentions are, uh, in the right place.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I just hope that this is like the finality of things. I think we all understand some weird things been kind of going on, and something very deliberate, intentional, below the belt stuff. I don't want to go there myself because, like I don't want to turn into the monsters that I'm fighting against. Let's just say so. Yeah. And no, Rachel, I'm not living with them anymore. I moved out of there nearly three weeks ago, uh, give or take. So I'm in another place.
Cool, man. Okay, on to the subject at hand. Notch, have you had a chance to review the Witsit Tim Pool appearance?
Yeah, I saw it once, like through. So yeah, that was a little bit tedious though too. A lot of different discussions were happening. So
Yeah, it was tedious. So I went through and basically highlighted the parts I want to go over, and it's still going to be fairly long. It's not like I only took 5 minutes out. It took, but I got rid of like most of the extraneous parts. We can go into them. So let me pull it up, and then we'll get into this whole thing. Let me. I wonder if that's the layout. Now this. Let's do this layout here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so everybody watching, we're looking at Tim Pool right there. Like I said, he's the other guy with the beanie. The other guy besides me. The much more famous guy, the much more prosperous guy. But turns out Nachiketa, he's just pretty much an abject moron. Like I had my idea of Tim Pool. I never really watched his content. I've only seen like clips of him here and there because he is a prominent, like, I don't know, social media personality. But he's garden variety, alt-right, normie paradigm, just shifted to the alt a little bit. Again, the presidency still real. Donald Trump saved the world along with Elon Musk, and we're going blasting off to Mars and the moon and everything. And in his mind, that all works somehow. So anybody who doesn't know Tim Pool, this is who we're dealing with. It's the culture war with Tim Pool. It's apparently the name of his little show. And I don't know. So I always say this, Notch. It all has to do with our paradigm. We each have a paradigm. The way we view the world, we see the world through a particular lens. And oftentimes it's our paradigm that informs not only like our thoughts and our beliefs, but our actions and behaviors, and thus, our conversations. Well, it's quite obviously the paradigm that Tim Pool exists in, as I've elucidated. And he's going to have 4 other people on, 4 guests, who each have their own little particular paradigm. Okay, one of the guys is Austin Witsit, who we know is a flat earther. Garden variety. Witsit's like the flurf of all flurfs. He's like the top flurf. To him, it's the AE model with the circling sun, and it's, electrostatics for gravity. It's just garden variety standard flurf. I will say in Witsit's favor, because I'm going to try to be fair and balanced. If I want to, like, again, give it to Witsit, I'll give it to Witsit. But with you up here reviewing this, I'm going to try to be, give him a proper critique. Okay. With that being said, Witsit at least, unlike, our friend Jaron, Witsit at least understands that there's other options besides, the model that he ascribes to. So he gives latitude somewhat. We find out there's some things he doesn't, but in some ways he realizes he's not doggedly, adhering to the AE map. He's not doggedly adhering to certain concepts of the Celestials, although he has his talking points, certainly. So that's the Witsit paradigm. Along with Witsit, we have one Mr. Alex Stein, who I call him like a pseudo flat earther. I don't buy Alex. He's like Rose and Jason and all these people who like to be around our little community. You know, they like to just dip their pool in the FE, dip their toe in the FE pool. But really, at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, you know, it's just back to the paradigm, back to consensus, back to the emotional appeal, back to the globe. I kind of put Stein in there. Okay. Then there's another guy, believe it or not, who's a geocentrist, Notch. He's the funniest one of all, which is so weird to hear him argue because he gives a lot of the arguments, but then he goes against the flat earth arguments. So he's a weird one. And then the last guy is like a standard, I think he's a neuroscientist. He has a PhD and he has like a, I don't know, like an interest in astronomy. Okay. And I think the geocentric guy also has a doctorate in theology. So he's one of these guys, Notch, much like Will Duffy. Will Duffy's a young Earth creationist who's also a heliocentrist, but also thinks it's, the Earth is no more than 10,000 years old, but still a globe, which to me makes no sense. It's kind of like this geocentric guy. The Earth is a globe, but it doesn't move and it's in the center. And again, he's into the theology and things, which I don't know. Actually, I give him a little bit more credit than Will Duffy because at least he realizes the geocentricity part, even though he's a globie. I wonder, Notch, if that's the category that we'll find Jaren in post TFE. Geocentrist globie like this guy. It wasn't until I saw this guy, and we're all going to, review it in a bit, that I realized, there's this whole category of geocentric sphere believers, almost as you would find in like the Ptolemaic model, or a conception of a sphere, but still with the Earth in the center. Your thoughts on any of that?
Yeah, I think it's a kind of like a little market, like a market share type of thing, right? And so, like you look at that and you're like, well, that's a pretty niche market, and then you can put Jaren in there. Witsit still can be the king of the flat Earth, and then Dave Weiss still has his app, and everybody's just kind of all working together behind the scenes still, but everybody's kind of king of their own little hill, right? And then so Jaren can have that, I don't know, geocentric globe, right? Because it fits the globe model better. The 24-hour Antarctic sun fits the globe better. But that doesn't mean he believes in space or NASA or anything like that. But anyway, it's just kind of like another big point. Many points. I don't know how much that is worth. If we had to add up all the different like preponderance of evidence and then like add them up into like little point system, is that like the Antarctic like observation? How much was that worth? Is that like worth like 50 points, while other stuff like level Earth, they're worth like 1 point or 2 points for seeing too far and stuff like that? And then boom, you got the 24-hour Antarctic sun, and then it's like worth a lot more, So,
dude, you just nailed Jaren logic right there. Notch, it appears we've been in Jaren's head a little bit too long now.
Yeah,
we know we see. We understand how that hamster wheel turns. Like we know all the gears of the hamster wheel in his mind, and we get like it's his like progression of thought. Because as you and I know, why would one just default back to the globe when the globe has never been proven from the get-go? I don't know. Somehow it makes sense for certain people, not me. All right, Notch, you ready to get into this?
Yeah, let's get into it.
All right, let's do it. Much love, everybody.
So Alex Stein comes on this show and starts talking about wanting to go to Antarctica. And
oh, by the way, fair use, everybody. We're doing this for educational purposes. Thank you. Fair use.
I asked the audience. I said, look, it's your guys' memberships that help fund Timcast, the Culture War, the Morning Show, and all that stuff. Should we send Alex Stein to Antarctica to prove that the Earth is indeed not flat and it's not an ice wall, 99% said yes. It's $30,000. And I said, okay, Alex, when are you going to Antarctica? So answer the question.
So Nutch, I got to be completely honest with you. I get really bad vibes from this Tim Pool guy, man. I get dissonant vibes. I don't like him. I don't like you, Tim Pool. Not like you care. It's not because I'm jealous because you have the blacker, bigger beanie than I. It's not because you have a better chair than me and apparently like $1 million studio. It's just I don't like you because I don't know reasons. Any thoughts, Notch, on my emotional, my emotions regarding Tim Pool?
Yeah, I just noticed. Is that like a UFO that's just floating to the lower left corner of that video? Is that a
He's
UFO?
one of those. Yeah, exactly. It's like a flying saucer type of thing. He's one of those guys,
Okay.
Notch.
I don't trust any mainstream guys. If you make it up to the mainstream, that means you failed at life. In my book, it's there's a reason why you got there. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. I'm looking at him, man. I understand why people always compared me to this guy. I mean, the similarities are not missed on me. I mean, come on now.
Oh boy.
Question.
Well, I guess today we'll make that decision live on the show. But one thing I will say is that we have a great guy here by the name of.
All right. So first off, what is Alex wearing, Notch? See, this is where I go off the. What is Stein wearing? What's with this powder blue? Would you call that a jacket or some kind of pullover that he has under, like, I don't know, a sports jacket? What's with that look, man?
I guess it's a style, you're like semi-formal. You have a jacket, and then inside the jacket you have like a, I don't know, kind of a hoodie, and then under the hoodie you have like actual like a dress shirt. So and then he's got like a hat, like a baseball cap on. So it's like semi-formal, right?
Is that what it is? Plus,
I don't know.
Stein, if you're listening, dude, I mean, come on, man. Like, you're on TV now. You're like a big star. There's a bunch of, like, I don't know. There's like the Atkins diet you could be doing. There's the South Beach diet. There's good old-fashioned exercise, dude. You can go pick up some dumbbells. What I'm saying is you got to work on the aesthetic, Alex. You look like a fucking Virginia baked ham looking at you, dude. Come on, dude. You got to work on whatever's going on there. It's too much. Why do I have to tell you this?
The name of Austin Witsit that is going to Antarctica on this expedition with ALE. So, in a way, I kind of feel like I'm going because I trust Austin. So, I saved you $30,000. So you're welcome, Tim. So
Okay, all right.
And you should really. You could give me a check for $15,000 because we're not going to use it, and then we can just call it even.
We'll get you halfway.
So in case anybody missed it, Notch, I think you're aware of this. Alex apparently is like a frequent contributor to this Tim Pool fucking show, whatever it's called. Tim Pool offered to pay for Stein's ticket to Antarctica, and he apparently turned it down. Did you know that, Notch? And
Yeah. No, I mean, I covered this before, and Tim Pool said, well, how much is it going to cost to go to Antarctica? And then Stein came up with some ridiculous number of like $100,000, and Tim Pool right away just said, done. He said, done. So more or less, and then at least from what I remember from that conversation, that Alex Stein had accepted. And then when push came to shove, people were saying, let's send Alex Stein. Alex Stein more or less refused the ticket. I think that's kind of what it came down to. Anyway, it's $31,500 as we know. Let's just make it even $33,000 for Illuminati confirmed, just for some jackets and UGG boots or whatever. But still, that could have been easily covered by Tim Pool, without a doubt. But why aren't you going, Alex? I mean, everybody else is fucking going. You might as well go. See the 24-hour sun as everybody else. I mean, like, you don't want to take the spotlight away from the others. Maybe that's the problem.
Our flight and land on the ice in Antarctica.
So you think that the Earth is flat and there's a giant ice wall?
Do you see the straw man that comes from these Tim Pool guys? Like, like the tongue in cheek, like minimizing. Oh, you think the Earth's flat and there's an ice wall? It's like those two things have to go together somehow. It's like, that's the thing, man. That's why I'm like so kind of like ragging on all these FE gatekeepers. Because for 10 years, Notch, they promoted a model. They incessantly promoted a model that's about to basically be debunked in a couple weeks, man.
Yep.
It's like the FE gatekeepers just served it up for these people. Like, here's a model that you can tear down. Here's an unevidenced, unsubstantiated, unvalidated model that we've been promoting, even though we've been presented evidence that contradicts this very model for years and years. Here it is, Tim Pool, right up for you to fucking laugh at and then debunk it in a month, man. It's like, you can't write this.
What are those guys? What are those guys called in WWF? Those guys who are the bad guys, and then like the good guys just like fucking body slam them around and like fucking just like destroy them. What are they called? Oh yeah, the jobbers. Yeah. That's what the flat Earth model and the people who are representing the flat Earth cosmology. That's what they are. They're the jobbers, right?
So they basically get in the ring and they just kind of pantomime through a wrestling match, and in the end, they just get basically body slammed, and the crowd cheers for the globe. Right? Exactly.
Yay!
Good analogy, Notch.
I do not believe in the heliocentric model that they described.
Heliocentric.
Well, obviously the Earth is, there's mountains, there's valleys.
No, but heliocentric means that the sun is.
Excuse me, I'm a geocentrist. I don't believe in
that. The Earth could still be round.
Yeah, theoretically, that's what.
Okay, all right. So this is
everybody see Notch when they get in front of the big cameras. It's are you a flat earther or not, or are you a level earther like I am and Notch is? Are you a true earther? I don't believe in the geocentric model and words. It's the same thing Witsit does in here, man. Words. I'm so smart. Look at me. Insecure, overcompensation. Just say the fucking thing, dude. Sorry, I don't want to get emotional, Notch. I'm going to try to keep it cool. We wouldn't want that here on Z Show. Yeah, okay, let's go.
We're gonna half the chat is like you're all stupid, and the other half is like LOL. So let's do a round of introductions for everybody before we just jump right into the debate. Sir, would you like to start with your credentials? Who you are? What do you do?
My name is Robert Sungenis, and I've written many books. Half of them on science, and one of them.
Many leather-bound. Are they leather-bound books? Are they binded with I don't know, like some kind of gold, some kind of gold fabric? What are we talking about here? So Notch, we're looking at the geocentrist in case the audience didn't know. So again, this is the geocentrist. Got it? So it's still a globe and everything, but it doesn't move and it's at the center of everything.
One of them is called Galileo Was Wrong, the Church Was Right.
Really?
That's a 3-volume, 2,200-page thing. So we cover the history, the ecclesiastics, the science, and anything else that's available to talk about. So that's one of my claims to fame. And the other is we put out a movie in 2014 called The Principle. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. You haven't heard of it?
No, I've not heard of it.
This is yours.
Oh, you haven't heard of it? You haven't heard of a movie that 3 people saw in the whole world? You haven't heard of it? I wonder if Jaron saw that movie. I bet he did. That's probably why he's a geocentrist now. I mean, a globe geocentrist, apparently. Who knows? I don't want to put words in Jaron's mouth, but that's what it seems like. I don't know, Notch. What do you think about this idea that it's geocentric but still globe? Is it a cop-out in your world? Is that just a cop-out?
It's so ridiculous. It's hilarious, but I mean, like, I guess there are actually people who lean that way and believe that. But yeah, I don't know. What I mean is that their ploy? Is there something going on where it's like, okay, well, it's this like spinning around and 4 different motions. It's untenable now, but we still need to keep the curvature. We still need to keep the globe. So we're going to push it towards the geocentric model, guys. The geocentric model. Too much evidence. So it's like a compromise. They're moving the goalpost. Is that what's going on?
Credentials.
Yeah, I have credentials.
There you go.
All of them are in theology.
Oh, excellent.
But I was a physics major in college too, so I know some of the science.
Oh, very, very nice. All right, sir. How?
Okay, so he's a theologian, but he was also a physics major.
Oh.
How about you, good sir? I hear you're going to Antarctica.
Yeah. My name's Austin Witsit.
All right, let's evaluate his aesthetic first, Notch. So when we compare him to Tim Pool's obviously very casual. Austin came dressed to impress, though. All right. He's got he's got the top button unbuttoned, so he's work casual, so to speak. You see how he's dressed? This is the way I used to dress when I was like in the professional world. I always had like a blue shirt on, or if it was a white shirt, it would like a blue jacket like he has always. Like if I went to weddings and stuff, it was like a blue jacket like he has. And if I was in certain circumstances, I'd have the no tie with the top button unbuttoned, like the whole thing. So I understand where he's going for, but he looks good. I don't know.
He looks like a pro. He looks like a pro.
He looks clean, and I don't know. He's a little overdressed. Here's the thing. When you're on Tim Pool's thing, why dress so formally if Tim Pool's going to look like a fucking schlub, with a hoodie on and a fucking beanie like me? Like, I don't know. Like, to me, the host kind of would set the aesthetic, and then one should kind of follow that lead. But I can't really slam him on his look. Your thoughts?
Yeah. No. He looks good. He doesn't have a tie on, but he's got a nice shirt, nice coat, and he's well kempt. And he's got the beard going, and so he's like a little bit on the relaxed side. But I don't know. I think he looks fine. He looks great.
I run the channel Witsit Gets It. I describe myself as autodidactic, maybe. So I just dove into cosmology a lot over the last few years. So that's my primary focus. It is not what we have been told. It is cosmology.
All right, so what I noticed, Notch, is look how he's fidgeting with the chair. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
He's doing like a chair fidget, and which is showing me that there's some nerves.
Yeah.
Although, with his facial expressions, he's kind of containing those nerves somewhat, but he's expressing it with his body movements. So, Austin, if you're listening, you got to work on that. Much love, though, Austin. Much love.
And yeah, I did a lot of activism during the 2020 range. So that's kind of what started me down making content. So yeah, I primarily focus on cosmology, and I'm going to Antarctica.
All right.
And should be exciting.
And you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Austin's he's number
guy,
one when it comes to flat Earth, backwards and forwards. This
The
guy
number
knows it
one.
better than
All
anybody
right, all
else
right.
in the world.
That's right, Notch. He's number one. Number one. I mean, come on. Obviously, because reasons. Because Jaron says so, and Bob Nodell, and Karen B, and Cammy, and all the rest of the fucking morons in the FE Mafia. I don't know. I mean, is that enough to make somebody number one? I mean, he's got a lot of subscribers. They pay him a lot of money. And like, I'm sure there's a bunch of them now hate watching me now. They're not going to throw me a dime, but I see them throw Witsit $10, $50, $100 at a fucking swipe. Maybe he is number one.
You're pocket watching, Z. You're pocket watching. All right. Stop pocket watching. Stop pocket watching. Right.
You're
and
right.
then, what is the standard? That's the thing. The question is like Alex Stein says it. And then like if everybody else within the flat earth community says it, it must be so. And everybody should just bow down to the fact that Witsit is the number one FE guy out there. I mean, what other standards is there? What other standard?
I don't know. I mean, we can go by dick size. If that's the case, we know who number one is. I mean, Jaron, I tip my hat to you and your dick. But besides that standard, I guess we'll just have to go by the standards laid out here today, Notch.
Yep.
Right.
In the world.
And we got one more gentleman with us. Sir, who are you?
So my name is Scott Ferguson. I run the channel Astronomy Live. I have a PhD, but it's in neuroscience. But Austin invited me to come here today, I guess, as a representative for the mainstream science. So I do amateur astronomy. I develop a lot of software for tracking rockets and satellites.
Sorry, can you put your mic closer?
Yep. Yeah, so I develop software.
So Notch, classic NASA fanboy. He's got the NASA stickers all over his laptop. He's right at a central casting as like, I don't know, loves Star Trek. He's seen every Marvel movie like the day they came out. I don't know. He fucking jerks off to like, I don't know, Princess Leia, like, I don't know, porn material. Like he's that guy, dude. He's just the NASA fanboy, quintessential.
Yeah, well, I don't know about jerking off to Princess Leia or anything, but nice stickers on his laptop. You got, all these NASA stickers, and looks like a kind of a Freemasonic, copies in triangles and shit like that. But whatever, somebody's got to represent mainstream media, mainstream science, and he's the guy to do it. So it's fair and balanced, guys. We got geocentrists, flat earthers, Alex Stein, the clownest of them all, and then this guy over here.
Software for tracking rockets and satellites with off-the-shelf telescopes. Film a lot of rocket launches, film a lot of satellites, ISS, all kinds of stuff. I've measured the radius of the Earth, the distance of the sun, the distance of Mars, the distance of various satellites.
He measured the radius of the Earth, the distance of Mars, the distance of the sun, and the distance of the satellites. Dude, I mean, and you're just what are you, a neuroscientist? I think he said. Why aren't you at NASA, dude? You measured these things.
I mean, we're done with the conversation. I mean, everybody should be going home at this point. I mean, he already measured all these things, and it's apparently measurable. Earth is measured, right? Yeah, he measured it. He measured Mars and whatever else is out there. I mean, it's done. Conversation is finished.
So yeah, I mean, my amateur astronomy hobby probably has some applicability, but for full declaration, like my PhD in neuroscience is irrelevant to the discussion today.
I watched a video on X, and it was a rocket launch, and the rocket gets way up, and then all of a sudden it explodes. And I was told that it was the rocket hitting the firmament and blowing up, and that proves it, doesn't it?
In a way,
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Yeah,
unbelievable. This is one of the problems with like Austin going on here. I wanted to mention this in the sense that these people, Tim Pool's audience, Tim Pool and these guys here, they're never going to be swayed. They're never going to like even give an inch to any of the arguments that Austin's going to present at all. And I guess it begs the question, Notch, what's the value of somebody like Austin going on here? Do you think it does more harm than good, or would you make the argument that many of the gatekeepers make that, look, any publicity is good publicity, doesn't matter if it's good or bad? And because I don't know, man, to me it's a net loss when this happens, because it's kind of like clown on the flat earth guy and listen to a bunch of word salad, reify our biases, so to speak, confirm our bias. I don't know, man. It's like, if Tim Pool invited Witsit on for like a one-on-one interview for 2 hours, yeah, maybe that's great. But to come on here and like debate these guys on this platform, I'm not sure is the best move, but I could be wrong, man. Do you have any different thoughts, or would you agree with that?
Okay. So from the individual like Witsit perspective, and like I'm talking about a lot of the flat earthers who are like moving up the strata to becoming more and more relevant. This is about as good as like hitting gold, as a content creator. I mean, like being on Joe Rogan, being on Alex Jones, talking to Roseanne Barr, talking to Tim Pool. This is success. But at the same time, what they represent, of course, is partial truth and partial lies as far as I'm concerned, right? So that's going to muddy the waters, right? And then later on, we're going to get into the fact that Witsit hand-wave dismissal of the upward vector, calling it a straw man. We're going to get into that, right? To me, that's just a straight out offensive in my mind. But on the other hand, though, too. Oh, go ahead. What's that?
No, continue.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, too, yeah, like representing flat Earth is all good and whatever, but at the same time, like again, to what degree, based on what standards? So Witsit, of course, has this very specific like agenda, a dog in the race of what that flat Earth is. But obviously, he doesn't represent me. He doesn't represent some of the people. But in the long run, I think it's going to do more damage for the whole movement than good, in my mind. That's just me.
Do you agree with the statement on screen right now, Notch, from this obviously intelligent individual who shows up here? Forget about it, Notch. Don't address that. Let me move on.
Yeah, let's just move on.
It's funny though you say that, because there's videos online, Tim, of like a little kid being like, "Daddy, why is that rocket curving?" If you ever see a rocket,
you see what I mean, Notch? It's like Tim Pool. There's no way Tim Pool is going to be swayed, or his audience. It's just It's to confirm our bias. It's like he said to Alex in the beginning. The first thing he said to start this up, Alex, are you just going to go? Are you going to let me send you to Antarctica so you can finally prove the globe and finally prove that it's not a fucking ice wall and flat? You see, it's just going to be, how do we bring this guy on to reinforce our already, calcified belief system? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
See a rocket launch, they always do curve.
It's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, right. Man, I'm sick of this. And then this is
You see what I mean? It's like they don't know. They can't treat the conversation with respect and dignity. And Austin has to sit there with like flop sweats going on, being like, oh, am I really like the fucking flat earther here amongst these people? I mean, kudos to him in some way to come up here in such an awkward circumstance. But I don't know, man. It's not good to me. Okay, like for instance, when Dave Weiss went on Roseanne, she was a sympathetic interviewer. She actually interviewed him in a serious manner. Same thing when Sargent went on, what's his name? Fucking Goat Boy, whatever that guy's name is. Jim Brewer show. He interviewed him in a way where he respected him. Now he had a Globie on with him. He wasn't like laughing at him. It wasn't a fucking big joke. But when Austin goes on this show, and like when Austin went on InfoWars with Harrison, again, he's in a hostile environment where he's kind of like, I don't know. He's like the sideshow to bring him up. And it's like the sideshow flat earther, man. I don't like it, Notch. I just don't think it's the best course of action. But as you said, for the individual, for their own aggrandizement, yeah, of course.
The thing is, well, because my biological stepfather, Tucker Carlson, I love you very much, Tucker. Thank you for everything you do. He came on my show and we debated flat Earth a little bit. And he's like, well, I don't think it can be flat because snipers have to factor in the Coriolis effect. Yet if you talk to any sniper, they never have to do that calculation. There's not a sniper that's ever done that in battle, done a Coriolis mathematical equation to figure it out.
Well, Google says you're wrong. And
so here's the thing, Notch, is again, Tim Pool. Tim, you're just a fucking normie with an alt-right bent. Alt-right's normie now, by the way. Alt-right's like the popular thing. It's like anything, Notch. It's like disco. It's like underground at some point, and it's cool, and it's chic, and it's hip. But then it becomes all commercialized. That's the alt-right. It started out as like this thing that was like freedom-loving and nationalist. Now it's just like Donald Trump wins like in a landslide and like takes over the government, both houses of Congress and everything. It's just like it's sorry,
trend.
Tim Pool. It's the trend. Alt-right has jumped the shark, and now Tim Pool gets to be the special boy because he was alt-right when it was all, chic and underground and hip. And now he gets to get his glory and stuff with like, Elon Musk and Alex Jones and stuff, man. Notch, I think these guys are total fucking plants, all of them, dude. I really think they're just here to support the left-right paradigm, the false dichotomy, the two heads of the two wings of the same bird, the whole thing, the Hegelian dialectic. I don't buy these guys, man. None of them, dude. It's just, they all reek of the same thing to me, man. And, here we got, Alex Stein here. Go ahead.
I don't think they are aware of who they are and what they're doing, because like this whole reality seems to be just, false dichotomy after false dichotomy. That's what's presented to us. And as long as you are like involved in one false dichotomy or another, left, right, blue, red, a globe or geocentrism or whatever, circling sun, AE map, whatever, they don't care. Just belong to some, not part of this reality. They're happy. And then everybody can fight each other off. That's fine, and then like who has whatever that is trending, they'll support a little bit, right? But they don't want that to be too much. They don't want that to have too much power because they need kind of the alt-right or the alt-left to kind of balance it out a little bit. It's got to be 51-49, something like that, just so they can tip the scale when they want to, right?
And just to follow it up, and they were talking about Coriolis. Look, Notch, everybody knows snipers don't factor in Coriolis. It's insane to think otherwise. But Tim Pool just goes, "Oh, Google says they do," and he like says it seriously. I just can't deal. I can't deal with these people.
That proves that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, there you
Exactly.
go.
Yeah, wait,
But even the 23.4, that's not exact either, and it's constantly changing. We actually have to calculate this. Anytime we do coordinate conversions to ecliptic coordinates, we have to take the current obliquity of the ecliptic. The tilt of the Earth is constantly changing slightly.
Yeah, he's
So-
right.
But you're
there's-
just saying that, right? Like this is the thing. This is what always happens. You just people just beg the question and assert the model, and then equate that to being true.
But I measure.
we-
That's the
You didn't
beauty of it.
measure the Earth being tilted. What
Yeah,
you
I did.
What you
I
did
did,
was
actually.
you looked at the sun, you reified and assumed your model. You assumed the causation of the ecliptic plane was actually the Earth tilted. That's what you did. So what we see is on the
See, this is when when Witsit goes bread and butter, keeps it to the fundamentals. He's solid, dude.
Yep.
Like he's solid when he keeps it to the right there. He just eviscerated the guy because he stuck to logic. He
Yep.
basically said, dude, you're begging the question of the model that you're trying to prove because you're saying, because we look at the sky and we see a tilt and you're just reifying your model saying it's the Earth tilt.
Yeah, but
And this
who
is
else is? Sorry, who else is asserting a model though too? Let's not forget that.
Well, and that'll come in later on. Exactly. And that's
Yeah.
the faux pas. And that's where he goes wrong. And that's why we're doing this. Look, if this
Yeah,
was
but
textbook
Jaren
grade,
also. Jaren is also the one who is asserting a model, the AE map with the circling sun, right? So
it's the same fallacy, dude. It's just the other side of the coin. That's all. Exactly.
I want the audience to understand. We see the sun move in a certain path. They're claiming it looks tilted because the Earth is tilted and it's an illusion. They also claim that what's called the analemma, so the sun does this like extended figure eight that isn't perfectly symmetrical if you time lapse it throughout the year. They say that's because we're moving and it makes it look like the sun is moving. So obviously, just in very simple terms, we're saying, oh, the sun is moving. That's why we see the sun moving. You're claiming it's an illusion. So you actually have the burden of proof just on its face, right?
Well,
what always happens is
But also,
All right. So fair enough on this one, man. And I skipped over a bunch of stuff too. Like I said, everybody, we're not going to review this whole thing. I have just parts that I want to review, and they're long enough anyway. So let's keep going.
my point is simply whether you believe that the Earth is going around the sun or the sun is going around the Earth, you can still measure that. You can still measure
Sure.
that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's an observation. You're assuming the cause of the observation is the Earth is moving.
But you
This
said
is
I didn't
actually what's
measure.
it's even worse though. Like,
No.
let's just use it like really simple terms. Occam's razor. So if you have an explanation you have two different explanations for the same cause or phenomena, right? You're going to go with the simplest one that requires least amount of assumptions if they're both viable. And then if you're going to claim that there's something else that requires more assumptions, you got to verify it. It's actually way worse than this though. It's been scientifically proven with empirical measurement that the Earth is not moving, and we've actually shown that the interferometry correlates to periodicity of the sun, meaning that the solar.
See, this is where he goes wrong, Notch. And I'm going to harp on this one. He states that it's been proven that the Earth is not moving, and he goes right away to interferometry. And here's again where I think he goes wrong, because it's really easy to prove the Earth is not moving. Do you know why? And when I say moving, I mean in an orbit and in rotation. It's because, first of all, we would feel it. And second of all, is because there's a certain thing that matter does when it's displaced. Especially, in this world where we have different states of matter, where we have solids, liquids, and gases. When those three states of matter are subjected to changes in motion, there's a funny thing that happens, Notch. They react in a particular way. Basically, they resist that motion through something called inertia. My point is this, Notch, to prove the Earth is not rotating and orbiting, you simply have to reference the observable world around us, the world that would show us any changes in direction, changes in velocity, which would be necessitated by the rotation and the elliptical orbit. So he jumps right to interferometry and skips over that most basic fact right there. And this is one of the issues I have with Austin is because he'll go to interferometry before stuff like that. And my assumption is because that's like a smart boy thing to bring up interferometry. And he's special because he knows what that is and he has an interest in it. But again, what's the utility of it? on this platform with dumb Tim Pool and his dumb audience who thinks that Elon Musk is blasting off to Mars and send a Tesla into fucking orbit and shit. He goes to interferometry, except the very basic thing. If we're in an elliptical orbit and we're rotating, which would mean there's a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, one, you would feel it, and two, matter would be displaced and would evidence that change in motion and change in velocity. So again, yeah, okay, it's easy for me and you to Monday morning quarterback his whole, appearance here. But come on, man. It's like in the venue that he's in, you got to go bread and butter. You got to go with the facts and the fundamentals, not interferometry, dude. That's not where you start. That's not where you start the we're not rotating and orbiting conversation. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, as well as I do, is that these guys are never going to let go of the interferometry data. Never. They're never going to let go of that. They will always talk about Michelson Morley, and they'll come back over and again. And what does it? It does two things. One, it disproves a globe to everybody because the there's nothing rotating and stuff like this because of Michelson Morley. But the other thing is that it's going to be telling everybody that the Earth is stationary, and we know that why, because of interferometry. So like if they don't have interferometry, they don't really have anything. Actually, they don't have anything as we know already. But for them, that's something that they can hold on to. But also, I do agree with you about Witsit making himself sound smart. I'm not saying he's not smart. I'm very sure that he's very smart. But sometimes when people use intellectual words, scientific words, and they kind of start to go into this word salad stuff, other people who are kind of listening in on that, like they kind of get lost in the weed of things, and then they're like, what is he actually getting into? Like it doesn't seem like he's getting to a point. A lot of other people kind of like look at that and like, wow, I'm kind of confused, but he sounds so smart. He's using big words, so he's kind of propping himself up a little bit, is what I'm seeing.
Solar motion, how light travels and interferes with itself, changes based on the time of year. So it is empirically proven that the Earth is not moving. So not only do we not just grant it to you, right? Because you're just saying the model as if it's true.
Yeah, I think he understands.
Yeah. Austin, dude, I know I'm just like a guy and I sit here and talk about like Jaren's dick and how Rose is like a fucking Mossad agent and stuff. And I don't know, maybe you think that's like low class or crass or something, but maybe listen to me for a second, dude. It's okay to just stand on your square when you're in these environments with these people. Stand on your square. Don't let them take you off into their world and then try to top them into their little world that they want to take you into. So they're going to take you into, the cosmos and talk about, dark matter. And they're going to talk about, gravity and special relativity. Don't jump up there with them, dude, and show them that you can steel man their model better than they can. Stick on your square. Get your points out. You're only on this show for a limited time. Okay. And he goes bread and butter, but like an hour and a half in, Notch, where he starts talking about, I don't know, Flat Earth 101. That's just where you have to stick on that. And again, it's like what we previously mentioned. I think that's like an ego thing. And even more so, I think it's a confidence thing where it's almost like a compensation or something, because he's here on Tim Pool in this big studio, and he's, this guy's got NASA behind him, and Tim Pool probably's interviewed Elon Musk or something. So there's probably an inferiority that creeps into one when they're in this environment, but just have the confidence, man, and just stick to what you know, dude. And don't let these people run you off into their little fucking, different theories and thought matrices and things like that. I don't know, Notch. I mean, that's kind of like the basics of it, man. And we'll get more into it, dude. But again, dude, it just gets me where somebody brings up motion, orbiting and rotation, and he goes right to interferometry, man. And I've made this argument lately, Notch. and more I'm becoming really confident that I'm right here in this approach, is that the argument's really a logical one. It's not even a scientific one. You know, it's everyone's like, you know, Witsit and these guys, like they're so focused on science. This is a logical argument. To debunk and refute the heliocentric model, all one needs is logic and the ability to observe the world around them. Here's my point. Nile River can't exist on a globe. No matter what, can't exist on a globe. Orbiting and rotational movements are impossible because of physics, because of the physical world around us. No science involved, Notch. My point
Just
is
observation. Just observation.
this simple observation. By wrapping it in science, it's basically co-signing that this conversation is meant to be held in academic realms or, you know, the scientific domain. It's really not. It actually removes our own sovereignty. It actually removes our own ability for reason and logic, and it places it onto somebody else, man. And it's just a logical thing. That's it. It's just logic. Go ahead.
No, like the idea of quote unquote science, science based on what standard? Like the science that they've given us. So like, you know, going into that realm again, that is their playing field, right? That's what's been given to us. You know, they have their parameters and their talking points and, you know, their vocabularies on things, right? Their mathematical formulas and such. But we live in reality. We live in an observable, demonstrable reality, right? Suez Canal also debunks the globe, but you know, like, but we want to go into interferometry. We want to go into what Michelson-Morley and something like it makes it sound like, oh, we're scientific and we can keep up with you guys. We can keep up with Einstein and Newton and all these guys, you know. But the matter of fact is, like, these guys really don't have anything to offer at the end of the day. If it's just down like demonstrable, you know, down to earth stuff that we talk about, that's enough. You know, that's enough for your average Joes and gals and, you know, whatever whoever is out there. That's enough. That should be more than enough. But no, we want to get into the science. Why? We want that credibility. That's like a power, that credibility of science, quote unquote, you know, that becomes like part of our power, but actually it's going to take away you know, the point for us. That's how I feel about it.
The general relativity, there is no absolute reference.
General
frame.
relativity doesn't make philosophical claims about objective truth.
But from our perspective, you're saying that the reference point of how we see the stars and everything moving is the sun is the reference point. We are going around it. That's how we perceive the universe.
That is a useful, that is a useful reference frame in a lot of circumstances. There are some reference frames, like if I'm measuring the motion of a satellite, the first reference frame I'm using is actually one that has my telescope at the center of the universe. And if I'm predicting a solar eclipse and predicting the path of a solar eclipse, I actually use the moon as the center of the universe. So I'm using a selenocentric reference frame. But that doesn't mean I believe that the moon literally is the center of the universe.
Of course.
That's also incorrect, actually. When we map out eclipses, we use ECEFs. We do not use we map out the eclipses with an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system. Satellites use Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system. You have to actually transform it to an ECI.
But his point,
Austin, that's not what I've done, though. That you're talking about maybe something someone else.
You see, Notch, it's just he's entertaining this guy's nonsense, right? He's like, oh, I'll see your nonsense and I'll raise you more nonsense. And then this guy's got to raise his nonsense. It's
well, you got to call it, you know, that's the thing. Otherwise you keep on raising the nonsense. And when you have to call the nonsense, then, you know, you give them the door to explain themselves.
Someone else has done. I've personally predicted the path of total solar eclipses, and I've done it using a selenocentric reference frame. I've published this on my channel.
well, you could use an Earth-centered reference frame too.
And that's what NASA
That's your
actually
point.
does. That's what NASA actually does.
Okay, so what I'm
Notch, do you believe that he predicted the eclipses using a selenocentric reference frame? Do you buying that?
Sure, why not? I mean, if he's saying that, who am I to question? He's #1 flat earther.
Yeah, and this guy who's a what was he, a neuroscientist?
Rotate
Well, hold
doesn't
on.
revolve.
I want to ask Robert a question here
Yeah.
because I'm curious about this. Let's say that you took a SpaceX Starship and you went to Mars and you had a family and your family grew up on Mars. How would they perceive the universe? Would they perceive the sun going around Mars instead?
They're going to see it from the Mars point of view. And I have no problem with that. The question is that the real system? You can go on Pluto and live if you want, and you're going to see everything revolve around Pluto.
Right.
That's
And
not
so-
the issue here.
So that drives my question then. What is your evidence that it is Earth as opposed to if you grew up on Mars, you would feel like it was Mars?
We've done physical.
This is the whole kinesthetic, like the kinematic equivalence argument, you know, and
Right.
it's basically relativity.
Right.
Not so much the theory of relativity, just the concept of relativity, man. It's like, well, you wouldn't know if, you know, we're moving and the sky's relatively fixed, or if the sky's moving and we're relatively fixed.
Right. Yeah.
Except you would, because we're objectively not rotating and orbiting.
Mhm.
See, when you're in theory world, you know, when you're in concept world, again, it's like I'll see your concept and raise it my theory. You know, it's like, you know, I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. You know what I mean? It's like it's a pissing contest. Austin likes the fucking dick measuring pissing contest, dude. Instead of just saying like, dude, there's no way we're orbiting and rotating because we can't be because of physics. And
Yeah.
sit there awkwardly. Sit there awkwardly and let them go da, 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 and just sit there and talk about observable reality. Talk about practical demonstration. Not I raise you more bullshit over your top of your bullshit, man. It's he has to always show these guys that he could play on their playing field as if that matters to anybody, dude. That doesn't matter, dude, that you can play on their playing field because you're missing the fundamental point and the whole audience is missing it.
Yeah. Only thing I want to say is that having played poker, you have to bluff in poker. You must. You have to have a range in poker because if you don't ever bluff, then people know that you're always going to have a hand, right? But in this game of truth telling, you never bluff. You never bluff and you never raise bullshit. Okay, that's a different poker game. This game, you always fucking tell the truth and don't bluff. Okay, in a poker game, you do need to bluff. You know, if you want to win hands, because you know, then otherwise, if people like know you as a nit, they're gonna run right over you.
Physical test on
Yeah,
the Earth.
that's where Austin comes in.
Yeah,
That's where I was going to go next.
Proven it. We have Aries failure, stellar aberration. It doesn't change when you introduce an additional medium. We have Michelson Morley, and we can get into all these. But interferometry, I was right. Then Michelson go person match the sidereal rotation. I'm not actually trying to scattergun. I want to make sure that the audience is following here.
It was a little bit of a scattergun.
So we have Newton. You have the idea that the sun's really huge. It has the most gravity. The planets move around it, so it's logical that the Earth would also move around.
So Austin, let me ask you a question.
So then Mach came along and said, "Wait up, Newton didn't even think about the rest of the universe. He thought the sun was the center of the entire universe. So when we actually take his theory even and we apply it to a rotating universe, the angular momentum of that whole universe would outweigh any effect of the sun, and the Earth could be in the center. This spills over into relativity as well. Now, I actually reject."
He's doing it again, Notch. He's doing it again. He always has to show them that he knows their argument better than them. Austin, let that guy make that argument. Let him make his argument. Don't make his argument for him as the audience is baffled and confused and have no idea what you're talking about. And then when you say the important thing, they're already glazed over and they don't hear it. It's like, you know the expression bury the lead? He buries the lead, dude. He's going into a bunch of bullshit. Then he'll say the good thing buried inside the bullshit and everybody just misses it. I'm trying to be fair with this guy, Notch. Even though I have a bias against him because he's a fucking Jaren bootlicker for some reason. Austin, you got to get over this fucking Jaren thing, dude. You got to get with the fucking program. It's going to happen sooner or later, dude. You need to wake up to it. You're looking like a fucking clown. Sorry, I want to keep my emotions out of it, Notch. Go ahead, take it over before I spin out of control here.
No. I think you made some fair points, and I don't know what kind of deal they have, what kind of a contract as quote unquote business partner, but I would unhitch that as soon as possible. And then, I think there's too much compensation, as you said before, of him wanting to kind of, tell everybody, look, like I know all your arguments. I know it even better than you, but he's jumping the gun a little bit. That's kind of the way I see it.
All of this. I reject the claim sizes. I reject I don't even believe in all that, but it's misinformation.
Then why did you bring it up in the first place? Oh, it's too much with him.
And it needs to be pointed out that even in the Newtonian and Einsteinian models, the Earth could be in the center. So what we need to do is go back to Earth, look at the actual test, the empirical evidence. What does the empirical evidence show? Instead of this woo-woo, we can't know the truth. It could be anything. What does that serve us? We did tests on the Earth that proved that the Earth is not moving.
Well, let me go back to the very first test.
Can I look that up?
Again, Notch, I want to stick to it. I don't know why people don't understand this. No tests need to be done to prove the Earth is not orbiting and rotating. You don't have to test that because physics demonstrate that. The observable world demonstrates that.
Yep. You just need logic. You just need logic. You just need to know how things are working, and then you will understand. You don't need to test it out. It's nice. It's good to have tests out there, but that's just extracurricular activity. Like Bro Sanchez said, that's extracurricular activity. Where's the curve, right? Like, just get to the basics, right? And I think we can figure it out.
What were the studies? What were the tests?
So let me go back to the first
Aries
one.
failure.
Aries. How do you
AIRY. Now Wikipedia is going to do what Wikipedia does. Just so you know.
I want to.
All right, now should they go into Aries failure? They go into fucking Michelson-Morley, and we're gonna jump over that. We're not fucking going into that little rabbit hole. If anybody doesn't know those experiments, you can look them up. All right, it's not hard. Michelson-Morley, 1887. Aries failure. I don't remember the year of Aries failure. And, you can get into that stuff. We're not going to do it. What did I go backwards? What happened? Yeah, here we go.
Let's get Styropyro involved. I want to shoot like.
I was actually a long time ago. I was with some buddies, and we were working on a laser project with crazy ideas of using refraction in the clouds to create a visible signal so that you could transmit data long range by using a high-powered infrared laser. And at the point of refraction, you would actually be able to point a lens at it and collect really low latency data, which could transmit.
Yeah, sure, Tim. I believe you. I totally believe everything you're saying right now. And you totally did all those things. Yeah.
Communications simply by looking in the direction of where you know the laser to be. So to the human eye, they see nothing. There's no way to intercept a radio signal because the beam of light shot straight in the sky. You then use a lens capable of detecting infrared, and it can give you low latency data so that you can communicate over a battlefield without someone intercepting your signals or satellite communications.
Well, speaking of World War II, Austin, explain how the Germans were able to steal signals.
This is a big.
Listen to this, Tim. You'll like this.
It's a big flat Earth proof. So,
all right, Notch, he's about to go into the Knickerbein system. Well, he doesn't refer to it as that. Austin loves this, but here's the problem. He uses this. I've heard him use this argument multiple times in multiple forums. He's really just arguing about electromagnetic propagation. Okay, that's really all it is. But he, for some reason, is focused on this one World War II thing. But again, he buries the lead. So when Stein sets you up, Austin, he's basically talking about electrostatics, electromagnetic propagation, okay? Just go into electromagnetic propagation, but he goes into this very specific Knickerbein system in World War II, and then the whole discussion becomes about that, and it gets it off the point of the discussion is that electromagnetic propagation and the distances that we observe completely contraindicated globe. Say it and then go into it. He buries the lead every single time.
In World War II, the Germans developed so what they would do is they would fly the planes in blind, right? So no one knew. So it would be pitch black, and they would use radar beams to guide the planes. And so they would use intersecting beams, and they would know, okay, this is where I need to go. That way, no one knew where they were at. Then they thought, wait, we can do this kind of in reverse, and we can attack this way. We can show the plane where to drop the bomb if we actually intersect the beams. Once it gets there and it has a coherent signal, it'll know, oh, I dropped the bomb. So this was actually proposed to the British, and they turned it down because like, no, this won't work because the radius of the Earth is going to block those signals way before any tactical position. The Germans did it. And the Germans did it from 400 or 500 miles away. They intercepted these two signals, and first attempt just destroyed a warehouse that was manufacturing engines and stuff. And it should have been blocked at roughly 30 miles, according to the globe Earth math. And they sent it hundreds of miles and successfully blew up the building. I'm definitely open to some type of explanation for that, because that is not physically possible, and it has to have specific coherency. So, beams obviously they spread out and diverge as they go further, but it had to have a maximum width of a few hundred yards intercepted in a very precise way so that the plane could.
I don't know, Notch. I mean, again, Austin, you brought up something that can't be verified, can't be repeated, but you could have brought up stuff that exists now. Electromagnetic signals, basically radio frequency. That's very high frequency that's being sent 500, 800 miles, over the ocean. You could bring up stuff that's now that people can verify. Not an unsubstantiated claim of this Knickerbein system. Notch, I don't want to go too hard on it in him for no reason, just to fucking dig at the guy, but at the same time, man, it's like, and they say, oh, Z, well, you're not on Tim Pool's. Like, what would you fucking do? I would sit there in that chair and I would calmly stand on my points, and I would present the same arguments that I've been presenting here for going on 2 years now, man. Bread and butter stuff, things that could be substantiated, validated, okay, things that are obvious and things that are common sense. I don't know, Notch. Am I being too harsh?
Well, I mean, no, but I did find this segment kind of interesting for myself. I mean, because I'm interested in World War II, and what kind of information that people are sharing about it, and I didn't know particularly about this airplane radar thing. So it was kind of interesting to me. I don't know how valid it is for what they're discussing, but that's just kind of where I was at. For me, I don't have any issues with this segment of the discussion that much myself.
So those stories could be, who knows?
Sure, but if we get to the point where we all agree, if we were to agree that would falsify the globe if real, now we've made fruitful progress, right? Because then we'd be like, well, let's try to imitate this. Now, obviously, imitating that's not going to happen, really.
Occam's razor would suggest the Germans just lied.
Maybe it's actually acknowledged. It's acknowledged by even the Allies that they use this technology. And I'll even go a step further and tell you the supposed explanation as to how it happened on the globe. And this is all anyone's ever said, is diffraction. That basically the Earth would block the beam and then it would fill back in behind it. Then it would keep doing that. The problem is that wouldn't maintain the coherency needed to intercept the beams. And I've never got a next rebuttal. So good point. Obviously, I wasn't there. I can't verify that. I've gone and tested the Earth myself. That's actually my primary reason.
You believe,
right? And he's making a good argument because the principle that he's describing is sound.
Mm-hmm.
But Tim Pool's just going to go, oh, well, maybe the Germans just lied, and then there goes that whole talking point out the window. Missed on everybody. Weird, man, that Tim Pool is just such an apologist for the system and for the mainstream narrative, man. Guys like that, dude, I just, they rub me the wrong way, man. It's just it's like your uncle at Thanksgiving, Notch, and he just wants to, I don't know, be a defense attorney for the system. These people that, I don't know, call it Stockholm syndrome, call it whatever you want. They want to maintain and fight for the system so much that it's almost like they're advocating against all evidence just to preserve their paradigm. It's too much for me.
And get the gravity explanation then. So,
well, gravity's fake, and this is how we know, because it's all buoyancy and density. Because this I can prove. Why does a balloon float, Tim? Is
Archimedes' law of displacement,
which was discovered long before gravity, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
we put the little g in there now, So because gravity comes from gravitas, which means heavy. So it just means that objects are heavy; they have a weight. As to what causes objects to have weight, that's the real question, right?
So
being asked.
right. So the issue then would be, I'm trying to understand, and maybe I'm getting it wrong. The Earth is massive, and with Planck particles occupying 99% of space, there is a massive vacuum that is the Earth pulling everything towards it.
Well,
to balance.
the Earth also has.
So, for people listening along, the Planck particle thing was a concept that this geocentric guy brought up regarding gravity, because he believes in ether, and he believes ether are these really fine, like almost transparently thin particles called Planck particles, apparently, and that's the reference here. Oops, what did I hit? The wrong button? Shit. Why is that showing me? There we go.
So has Planck particles in it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So the Earth is effectively this gigantic structure with massive vacuum force pulling everything around it to it.
That's right. That's right. And
what's the conventional gravity theory of gravity?
So, and to be clear, I'm not a physicist. I'm just an amateur astronomer who enjoys looking at the stars.
Are you a doctor?
I'm a doctor of neuroscience.
Then we'll say doctor, but keep that part quiet.
You're a doctor.
Yeah, no, I don't know much about theoretical physics and about what causes mass to have gravity. That's outside of my wheelhouse, to be honest.
Well, don't worry, because I'm sure Austin's going to tell everybody what gravity is. Steelman gravity force, Austin, in 3, 2.
But
it's the theory of relativity. It says that gravity is the bending and warping of space. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that it displaces the space-time, causes a gravity well, and basically objects fall inside this well. Back in the day, it was Newtonian, which is that matter inherently has some property that pulls things to it. And actually, Newton said that he couldn't understand it. It must be God doing it. And most people won't talk about that.
Here's the proper response, Austin. Who knows what it is? Because it's bullshit. That's what you say. I don't know. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of words that like Einstein gave and a bunch of people, but it's bullshit.
I do agree with Austin that God is doing it. I do agree with it, in that sense. But what is it? What's going on out there? It's definitely not acceleration to the ground, is what I would say.
Right. And I know he's trying to steel man. It's funny, Notch, you bring up a good point. Like he's trying to steel man like the conventional argument for gravity, not realizing that his argument for gravity is basically the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying.
He doesn't see it. It's basically the same thing.
Yep.
He just straight up said God must be doing it. He threw his hands up. He said there had to be an ether if it existed, because there had to be mutual contact between the bodies and stuff like that. But this is interesting, because people will say like, "Hey, stupid flat earther, what's gravity?" Right? But the mainstream model doesn't have a viable model for gravity.
Right,
it's not even remotely close.
Is the flat Earth? I've read this, and it may not be the actual one, but what I've read was that the Earth is moving upwards.
No, total straw man. Total straw, insane straw.
But Austin, you don't believe.
A total insane straw man is what he said. I'm going to rewind it a little bit, Notch, in case people missed it.
One, but what I've read was that the Earth is moving upwards.
No, total straw man. Total straw, insane straw.
But Austin, you don't believe in relativity, right? I mean,
Insane.
You don't believe that the sun is 93 million.
Insane straw man. I mean, like, again, like these guys are going to hand wave and dismiss this, and they're never. See, once Austin made this kind of statement on Tim Pool, he's always going to go forward. Like, he's never going to have a conversation with Dell or myself or you regarding this, because it's insane. It's insane straw man. That's it. End of story. Okay, I guess that's it. Goodbye, Austin. I guess good knowing you. I thought there was a bit of a chance to have a conversation, but all of you guys made that statement like, okay, we know it's not happening that way, and then we're going to hand wave dismiss this, and then that means that we're never going to sit down on a table and have a conversation, which means that the fundamental thing that I stand for, really, about what I see in this observable reality is the thing that's going to be touted as insane. So you're basically calling myself and other people who subscribe to the reality that there's an upward vector insane. That's it. So there's no more talk. There's no more talk. There's no parlay. There's nothing more. You basically said that we are insane and your position is more sane. And I have to say the same thing in the opposite way. Stationary flat earthers or anybody who believes that there is a downward acceleration are insane. They are the ones who are insane, actually, because there's no demonstration, there's no observation to prove that at all. We have all the observations. We have the demonstrations. I mean, like it's like what are we even fucking talking about?
Yeah, and then he goes in coming up and just goes into incredible detail about incoherent dielectric acceleration and electrostatics and
Same bullshit. Same bullshit.
The charge gradient as you go up and stuff, man. It's like, but yet we'll hand wave dismiss and call the upward vector insane when that's actually demonstrable.
Yep.
That's what observable reality is showing. That's what all practical demonstration shows. And he just hand waves. It's what I was going back to in the very beginning. What I said, Notch, is he wants to come on here and try to find some middle ground with these fucking people and think that he's going to get anywhere with them. Like, oh, if I just like present something that their paradigm could, maybe they could understand in their paradigm, then maybe I could make some inroads. Or no, not Austin. I hate to break it to you. They think you're a fool and a moron and an idiot. Okay. So to come on there and try to find middle ground with these people and try to show them that you can play their game better than they can play doesn't help anybody at all, dude.
Nope, not at all.
So for you to come in there, it's like, oh, no, the rising Earth is just so insane. Do you think that like that buys you any points with like these fucking globies who think you're the dumbest fuck ever because you're a flat Earth flurf who doesn't know science and they're goofing on you? So, that's just so insane. As you then go and basically preach and advocate for an unevidenced concept of like new gravity that's electrostatics, that's completely debunked in every way possible, man.
Yeah.
And like you said, the stationary point is the insane part.
Yeah.
In retrospect, Notch, it is.
3 million miles away. You don't believe that
You're conflating things. So I believe in the principle of relativity. I don't believe in the theory of relativity. It's ridiculous.
What's the difference? What do you mean? by it?
Meaning that things are relative. Like I can be moving in a car and it looks like the tree's moving. Obviously, that principle is real long before Einstein was even a thing. But the theory of relativity is
matter of fact, Bellarmine used that against Galileo. The theory of relativity, principle of relativity.
Principle, exactly. Yeah. So but gravity doesn't work at all in the mainstream model. It's such a misnomer. In 1933. Fritz Zwicky looked at a coma cluster. So it's like a cluster of galaxies all together. And to keep the galaxies together, there had to be a certain amount of gravitational force, right? So gravitational field had to be certain strength. And it only had 1% of the mass needed based on the gravitational prediction. Gravity was off by 99%. To this day, it's off. Dark matter is what they called it. At first, they called it missing mass. Then they just plugged in the value to fix it, and now it's called dark matter, completely undefined. It's just invisible, effectively, is what dark.
Yeah, it's like we can't detect what it is. We don't know what it is, but it clearly has some kind of gravitational effect on.
Yeah, we can see gravitational lensing in galactic clusters. We can see that we.
What does that have to do with dark matter, though?
Because galactic clusters have a lot of dark matter, and so if you look,
what is dark matter?
If you look at galactic clusters, they seem to be lensing light. And if you tally up the mass that you expect to see in those galaxies based on the amount of light that you're getting from the galaxies, it doesn't add up. It doesn't seem.
Wait, it doesn't add up according to what?
So
again, they get more into gravity coming up, Notch, in a bit.
Yeah.
Which is funny because Austin knows, man. Again, stick to the bread and butter logic. The idea of the bending and warping of space-time is basically a reification fallacy because space and time are abstractions. Austin knows this. He's made that argument a million times. But when he's around these people, what does he do, Notch? He goes to galaxy clusters and dark matter. And he again just basically goes right over the elephant in the room, man. Buries the lead. Yeah, here's the part I want. Where is it? Come on. That's good enough.
Resources in Antarctica to supply the whole entire world. And so
Mhm.
there is stuff in Antarctica that doesn't make
Ma-
sense that we don't know about.
Major problem for flat Earth, though, if you look at that map, Tim, you've got South America pointing one way, you've got Australia pointing another way. How are they
Well,
both able to see the South Celestial Pole looking south?
At different times.
That is a good question. How
Yep.
are you able to see the South Celestial quote unquote pole? I'll put that in quotes. From both Australia and South America. Now, Austin says at different times, but I don't know if he's completely right with that because they say there's 1 or 2 days a year where you can see Sigma Arcturus or whatever what they consider the southern pole star from South America, Africa, and Australia. Apparently, there's 1 or 2 days a year because it has to be in their wintertime, of course, because it has to be dark in the south, where you can simultaneously observe the southern pole star. Austin says it's at different times. Now, I don't know. Maybe we need to do more research on that.
Mhm.
But here we go again. What are we looking at? A model. We're basically looking at the AE map. Take away all the outside stuff. Just go to the ice wall. It's an AE map, okay?
Mhm.
Here we are again watching Globies pull up a model, which is basically a straw man, and argue against the straw man AE model. You know, and Austin has to sit there and try to defend it and say different times. Except I've seen evidence where they can be seen simultaneously from those 3 southern locations. Anybody in the chat has any different information, please let me know. But this is the thing again, Notch, because this we can put in the category of another observation in the South that seemingly at least contradicts their basic model, okay, with the AE map and the circling heavens. Just like we know the 24-hour Antarctic sun would, just like we know the how the sunrise and sunset angles in the southern summer contraindicate their simplistic model because the sun rises southeast and sets southwest when you're south of the Tropic of Cancer. So how could you have a sun that goes no further than the Tropic of Capricorn? I meant to say Tropic of Capricorn. And now this observation, which has been brought up by Globies for years now, this idea that the southern pole star can be seen from South America, Africa, and Australia simultaneously. Your thoughts, Notch?
I'm not sure what to really add to this, to be honest, because I need to look into it a little bit more. I want to learn a little bit more about celestial navigation, but again, my position is still the same. Whatever the sky is doing is very mysterious to me. I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend I understand it. And then again, everybody understands our position, my position about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's interesting observation. We know it's going to happen. Is it going to change anything about the love of Earth? No. I mean, let's just put that on the record again for the 100th time. You know.
To be fair, I will say this.
Why do you always omit that it's at different times?
The flat Earth theorists do not believe this is a real map.
No.
It's a fantasy.
This is the thing, right? There's a model that claims to know exactly what the Earth is, and then there's a group of people who heard the insanity that people think it's flat or whatever. So they just went and challenged it and looked into it, and they've just suspended belief of the globe model. You know, this definitive flat Earth model thing is not popular within people who would say that they are flat earthers. We don't know. We can't even privately explore it, right? The empirical measurement shows.
Why didn't you start there? You see, we're 1 hour
Yeah.
and 16 minutes in, and he finally says that part. And now he's going to get into all the things he should have said out of the gates as an opening.
Mhm.
Austin, he's young. I'm going to talk to him because look, we're a little bit older than Austin, everybody, Nachiketa and myself. We're a little bit more seasoned. So I'm going to talk to Austin in a way that maybe, I don't know, like a big brother would, or somebody, I don't know, like an older uncle. Austin, when you're sitting with all these guys, you're in a big fancy studio and everybody's dressed up or whatever, you don't have to go along with like their little narratives and play their game. You could do your own thing, dude. So when they start coming at you with like all this crazy stuff that they're claiming about the sky and galaxies and fucking quasars, you don't have to entertain their line of conversation. You could just say the things you want to say. You don't have to go down their little tributaries and streams that lead you to nowhere land. Just say what you need to say, dude. Just go in there and say the things that need to be said. You can take control of the conversation. If they don't want to play along, so what? Make your points, dude. Don't let them run you around, dude. You need to lead when you're with these people, not show them how smart you are or that you can also play on their playing field. It is a very poor strategy, dude. You need to switch this up.
Shows that the earth is not curving at the rate that they say. And we don't need Chicago. You can see Canigou Mountains from 160 miles away.
Which the globe predicts.
It literally does. And this
It literally does. It literally does. You can go check it out.
So is this
The elevation of
is this an inaccurate depiction or
yeah, it's
inaccurate?
straw man.
What's
Yeah, this is
what's
a
wrong
disc
with
in-
that picture?
Well, just like a disc in space. I don't know what I
Well,
don't
it's just the demographics of the continents and how far they are away and the seas and everything. That's pretty accurate.
it's pretty accurate. When you get to the south, it's interesting because we actually dug into the GPS data, and in the south they make what's called meridian corrections. So they actually are pulling out land like distance out of the meridians, in between the meridians, which
Well, you have to. Whenever you flatten a globe, you have to do that.
well, what I'm saying is if it's really a globe, right, then we wouldn't have to do that for the actual raw GPS data, but they do. They also make SAGNet corrections, which is another falsification of relativity.
Well, that should tell you that the GPS is based on a globe Earth.
Well, of course, of course, but the point is that they have to run it through corrections to get the final longitude output, which shouldn't happen. And this is what I want to point out, though. Like, there are physical tests that show that the Earth's not curving at the rate that they say that it is. So the Earth is measured flat. I wonder if we could all agree on this, that flat Earth is actually the default position, because it's always flipped around, right? Well, the horizon's horizontal. When we build things in civil engineering, we actually use plane survey. We do it flat. We connect horizontal. So bridges, runways, railways, canals. When we fly planes, all aviation, we have to treat the Earth like it's flat. Sea level, elevation is a distance above that. Whenever we actually got the latitude system, we took elevation angles to Polaris from a flat horizontal baseline that extended all the way to the zenith.
That doesn't prove anything.
No, well,
It just proves that map works.
trilateration only works on the globe, though. You can only get your position from the globe. Like you have to actually know the orbits of the satellites.
But there is no
I
satellite.
have a
no, there are satellites. Satellites disprove heliocentrism, and the actual path is nothing more than a projection. So
I have a quick question. It's very rudimentary. Not going to get into deep science or anything. I once flew to New Zealand, and I'm looking at these flat Earth maps, and I'm like, I can't quite explain the path of the flight as it pertains to the flight I actually went on. So I know which direction we left from the airport, and I know I did not fly north or westward.
you're over water the whole time. Most
Yeah.
of the time. Yeah.
And so that would imply that after we flew south beyond the visual, the ability to identify any landmass, the plane then hooked right. So it implies that from when I flew from New York to Los Angeles to New Zealand, and I got these maybe these maps are inaccurate representations of what flat earthers believe, but if I left from Los Angeles and we started flying south, which we did, as soon as we left the visual area so that no one on the plane could identify it, the plane then turns right.
Yeah, see, this is the point. So Austin already says he doesn't really adhere to models and that, there's really no accepted model. But he's allowing them to strawman him into a model, and he has to sit here and argue for a model. You could just cut the legs right out and say, yeah, okay, great. So what? Do you give me an AE map? Who cares? Let's talk about again, like the impossibility of the globe. Again, he's letting them dictate the conversation. it's almost like he likes the argument in the sense, which is like masturbatory in a way.
Turns right, so it flies straight down and then hooks right instead of just flying straight to New Zealand. I don't believe that happened.
Well, planes are always making corrections based on cardinal direction, so you're not going to be able to tell in a plane. But
I can tell that we didn't fly west or north, and so when we departed, we were flying.
Here's the answer, Tim. Who cares? I don't know where New Zealand is, bro. I don't know. Like, yeah, we have longitude and latitude coordinates. I don't really know how it matches up on maps. I have an idea. Maybe it's a little off. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe the plane flies in a different way. Maybe you caught a jet stream. I don't know, dude. How does that invalidate what I'm trying to say? Standing bodies of water level. That's it, dude. Why are you strawmanning me into a map?
Flying south.
If you left South America and went to New Zealand, you could go there on a globe map straight to New Zealand. If you turn that into a flat Earth map, the flat Earth map would require you to dip down to make like a semicircle and then go up to New Zealand. That's a fact.
Well, yeah, there are many paths that make more sense on, like, say, the azimuthal projection than the globe, and they claim all kinds of things. They didn't stop for gas or whatever. And I'll make it very clear, actually, I don't claim definitive projections. If we've been misled about the nature of the Earth, which I think the evidence is overwhelming that we have been, it would be very naive to think that we have a perfect depiction of the very thing that we were misled about. Of course.
Okay, there he is. He said it. You got to start there, Austin. You let them go on for 5 minutes at least about this map. You argued for it. You talked about removing land in between the meridians. And then you basically say, well, I don't really adhere to any projection. And we've been lied to, so how could we really know what the map is? Yeah, because you realized that you were in some kind of weird circular argument with them. And then you went into the fundamental where you should have started and you should have never left.
Of course we don't. Now, in the north, or 90% of the world population here, we have a better grasp of it, but it's just a projection thing. And bringing up the satellite thing, that's kind of like a misnomer that like satellites can't exist on a flat Earth. Actually, satellites, for one, disprove heliocentrism because they actually have to account for inertial forces. They account for centrifugal forces, which are considered fictitious and pseudo forces in your paradigm. They can't exist. So if there are actually satellites being put up there, they're accounting for the angular momentum of a rotating universe around a stationary Earth with inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. Those can exist in your paradigm. They don't exist in Newton.
Did you get all that, Notch? Were you paying attention there? Did you?
I got lost a little bit. It's too much.
Me, you, and like the hundreds of thousands of people that are going to watch this. And that's the problem. Here's what you say, Austin. Yeah, what's the difference? Satellites, flat Earth or globe? What's the difference? Okay, so people are putting stuff in the sky. How does that prove a globe or flat Earth? It doesn't, homie. You just went off about inertial forces and centripetal force and inertia and shit. Dude. Yeah, I don't know. What? Okay, so what? There's stuff in the sky. What does that have to do with it? See, this is what, you know what? Here's what I'm realizing, dude. It just underpins how absurd this whole conversation is that he's having with these people in this environment. You know, it's absurd. And it's almost like at this point, it doesn't even seem like it's about the information anymore. It's about the act. It's just about engaging in the battle as opposed to really, I don't know, getting down to fundamental truths. I don't know. Am I off, Notch?
Well, I think it's about just like, again, like kind of steel manning their argument, right? Like for Witsit's perspective, it's like, I know this model better than you do, and kind of presenting that to the audience and letting everybody know, hey, look, I know everything about the globe Earth and the flat Earth inside out. And I know it even better than the other guys. And him explaining to everybody about, satellites and their existences and how that proves or disproves globe. I think it's just him, I don't know, kind of flexing on them a little bit. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting in regarding this conversation.
Right. It's like saying, hey, I'm the smartest guy here, so believe me.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
You know, which doesn't matter. Just make your points.
Yeah.
Make the better argument. That's it. Don't try to make their argument better than they're making it. Make your
Right.
argument.
In Newtonian mechanics, those are forces external to Newtonian mechanics, and they don't exist in Einstein. So just point that out.
Witsit's trying to.
Satellites are actually, I love them. This idea that I'm scared of satellites. Well, I see Starlinks. I watch mini launches. I don't have a problem with that. I have a Starlink. You know, I haven't set up the internet, but I have one.
How do they stay up there?
Well, that's the equations. The physics and equations say they're using the spinning universe. That's what is factually in the equations. It says that
they're using the spinning universe in the equations. I'm Austin. I'm going to help you out again. Ready? Here's the answer. I don't know how they're staying up there. Do I have to know that the Earth is level and horizontal? It's a topographical plane. Do I need to know? Do I need to know why there's lights in the sky that seem to be artificial? Why are you going to invoke a spinning universe, dude? Then you have to defend your spinning universe. Then you're going to talk about toroidal hyperboloids and ether. Why make a positive claim, dude? You could just say, I don't know, and move on. You don't lose the argument when you do that.
says that it uses centrifugal force. So like if you had a ball tied to a rope and you spin it, right, it's going to keep going in a circle because you're pulling it, but the ball has a tendency to move out away from you. It's going to keep going around because you're pulling it. That's called centrifugal force. They have to account for this and the real Coriolis force, which is like an inward centripetal force, so a radially inward force for the satellite equations. According to the heliocentric model, there is no such thing. That shouldn't.
How would they stay above a flare?
They're on balloons. Type in satellites on balloons. I'm telling you, they're.
Here's the thing, Notch. Here's the thing. All right. When we look at Austin and Jaron, they're in different leagues. All right.
Yeah.
They're in different leagues. I think Austin is. I don't know, man. All the things that I said tonight and previously. But he's not a Jaron, so to speak.
Right.
Meaning to say, Austin can always pull it back. You know, like Austin's out too much. He's out here in so many things. Like he's now in theories and conjecture and stuff. That's why he can't see the upward vector. Because he is making the Jaron-like mistake where now he's into concepts and fucking presuppositions and shit and ideas and fancy boy stuff. And I could out-science you. But he's not a lost cause, dude, in my book, by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so disappointing, seeing his alliance with Jaron, which is a fucking albatross around this guy's neck, man.
Well, okay. I mean, look, they've known each other for a long time, and they are doing many different shows together, and they're kind of in it together. And like, Jaron said, they're business partners. So they're kind of like very much connected, and I think they have to maintain that alliance in my mind. I don't really foresee any kind of, because like, once things go sideways between them, things could be really bad in the community. And most everybody probably is aware of that. So, I think people probably are smart enough to understand that this the final experiment is a little bit problematic, but they need to maintain that strong face and that strong front that we're all supportive of each other and such. And then everybody's waiting for people to see the 24-hour sun and what's going to happen next. They're probably still trying to figure it out. That's my guess. I mean, again, there's that two possibility. I'm going to give them a small little sliver of a chance that they won't see the 24-hour sun. Then we don't have to do anything anymore. We're done. We're done.
They're not all on balloons.
They're not all on balloons, but there's satellites that were on balloons.
Yeah,
from
it was called
Samsung.
Project Balloon.
I'm just saying. So
Google
they say
Google
there's
launched a
satellites.
bunch of balloons carrying internet nodes.
Exactly.
So they could float over
I'm
the
saying.
Well,
So that's not a
the
conspiracy.
military
I'm just saying
also
they
has
use
them.
balloons, and NASA is the
So Elon's actually just launching balloons, but putting on
You
a
can
show.
type it.
No,
you
no,
can
I
type it
don't.
NASA, they do balloon launches. Literally,
I know.
type in,
Yeah, they
right,
can do that if it's low Earth orbit. But if you have a weather satellite that's out there at 22,200 miles, you're not going to get a balloon out there.
See, I totally disavow those distance claims, and because the way that they do it, they take the signal and that's cool. So what equation do you use to determine the distance?
Parallax. You just use simple trigonometry. It's basic trigonometry.
Really? So what's the length of your baseline?
Well, let's see. For space station, it was 760 meters.
760-meter baseline to determine the distance to the space station.
Yep.
You see how he has to have a pissing contest with this guy, Notch? Instead of just talking about, I don't know, you could just talk about some kind of equivalency or relativity. He needs to show this guy. He needs to show him, I know your science better than you, so therefore your point is invalid. You don't have to do that, Austin. Just make the counterpoint.
Yep.
Okay. And so you're saying it's impossible for the ISS to move over a plane?
What does that have to do with me measuring the distance? You can assume it's a plane. You can assume it's a globe.
Well, earlier you said trilateration was impossible.
Trilateration is about you finding your location. I'm
All right.
talking about measuring the altitude of the
Which
space
you need
station.
your location. So that you need your location.
I just know the baseline.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need your location. That's the prerequisite. So the point I was making is I don't believe when he claims something's 22,000 miles away. I don't believe that. But he can. I don't.
The moon
right?
is to 240,000 miles away.
Yeah, see, I definitely don't believe that. And but this is the thing. The way that they get the distances, they actually use, of course, the equation for speed, and they assume the medium, the propagation rate of light, and they get how long it takes the duration of signal to get there, right?
God
and then they
forbid,
plug it into the
dude.
assumption of the speed of light relative to the vacuum, and then they're going
Oh
to
my
supposedly get their distance.
God.
I disavow those assumptions. I don't think that's true.
Well, you guys are all wrong. The Earth is clearly hollow and flat. It's a donut.
You see, Austin starts going off on that nonsense, and then just Tim Pool just like basically makes fun of it. You know what I mean? Because that's what happens. People just check out.
Well, Vice is stupid. You know that.
We're in a donut magnetic field. I want to answer the firmament thing, though. The idea of putting them inside the firmament. All the early church fathers, even, but like many people throughout all of like biblical history, they said that there were layers to a container, a physical
Come
container.
on, dude. Now you're gonna talk about layers to the firmament, Austin. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Had layers, and the sun, moon, and stars are inside those layers of the firmament. And in fact, that they're specific to layers, meaning like the sun and moon and the stars are in a separate layer. So that would be how that's explained.
It's not explaining it.
Why not?
Because the Hebrew word is beirakia, which does not mean in or inside, like you're trying to say. You're trying to say that somehow you have the dome, and then there's the in.
Notch, now they're going with biblical cosmology. You know what I mean? Like, why even entertain this, dude?
Side underneath the dome.
Can anybody prove any of the stuff they're saying now? No. So why are they even talking about it?
But he's a
There are layers
theologist.
inside of it,
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Okay,
You know,
that's-
he wants to show like what he knows about this kind of these talking points. I think that's part of the reason. You know, that's why he is getting into it, because he wants to let everybody know. He wrote some books, 3-volume books that was 2,300 pages. Imagine 2,300 pages. You know, and he knows his shit about what Beirakia.
Yeah. Hey, at least he doesn't try to claim that Rakia means like the ground, like our friend Will Duffy.
Yeah, and Bob
I'm
Enyart.
trying to say, but that's not
Yeah.
what the Hebrew says. The Hebrew says it's in the firmament.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the definition of
Here's the thing, Notch. Witsit's kind of like a theological guy too, man. I mean,
Yep, he is.
he's a Hebrew cosmology Christian guy, dude, and
Mm-hmm.
his bias is obvious, man, with all his talking points.
Yep.
firmament is solid, how are the celestial bodies going to be in the firmament, not underneath? Because there's a lot of ways in Hebrew to say underneath the firmament.
Well, they're within the solid firmament.
And
I
there's-
think the
wait a second, and there's a lot of ways to say that the celestial bodies are over the firmament.
Well, they're not above or
In
below
Hebrew.
because there's layers. They're within it.
the easiest
So
way
they're
to
not or below or below, they're within in the layers. This is where we are, dude. Again, he had to show the theological guy that he knows theology better than him. So this is what's its mindset. I'm going to show the science guy I can out-science him. I'm going to show the theological guy I could out-theological him. That's a weird thing, man. Just argue your points, dude.
Way to
Yeah,
understand.
but you can't have that if the firmament's solid. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I
We're almost done, everybody. And once we're done with this segment, I'm going to open it up. I'm going to open the panel up if anybody wants to come up and talk about this or anything else. Because I don't know how much more of these jokers I can take.
Like,
what?
okay, so gravity's not actually pulling the air down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum. It disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
Well, I mean, I would say that everything.
You ready, Notch? Are you paying attention? Did you strap in? Finally, Tim Pool got around to it. Austin, what is your explanation for gravity? That's like the best question you could ever ask Austin Witsit. That's like the most his favoriteest question you could ever ask him. What is his version of gravity? I'm surprised he didn't just cream his pants when that happened. Sorry, I don't want to be all crass and fucking rude. He's like, how could I? This is my moment. Go ahead, Austin. Tell us your version of gravity, which is basically the same fucking gravity as science, just with like a little spin to it.
Everything for density and buoyancy is a major part of it. Because it's all just pressure mediating relative to its medium, right? So ping pong, golf ball. But I would say, and this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, that everything's electric.
At least he said he doesn't speak for anybody else. So everything's electric. Here we go. Gird your loins, everybody. Austin Witsit's going to give us the ultimate definition of what gravity is. That it's really electrostatics.
And so everything that exists is electrostatic. Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception. Everything's electric. And that's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that's probably more merely buoyancy.
But buoyancy, for instance, when you look at these videos of outer space, they put a balloon, they cover it with water. The water it sits around it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no movement in either direction. Well, buoyancy requires gravity.
In quote unquote.
Buoyancy at least Tim Pool knows that buoyancy requires a force.
Yeah. That's I was going to say.
Hey, guess what? He's ahead of like half the flurfs that just think RDP is all you need. So, hey, Tim Pool, we're going to give you credit where credit's due. He at least knows buoyancy requires a force. That's a start. Go ahead, Notch.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No. I was going to say. I was like, well, like he's right. I mean, change the words around a little bit, and he's going to be right there.
Unquote space. Now,
Very
okay,
good.
That's the claim, but I'm trying to explain. Really, what it requires is little g, which is downward acceleration. That's just the effect. We measure how fast things fall. Big G, or the cause of that, is a totally separate thing. I don't deny little g, and I would actually say I know a better cause for it. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's based on the electric field has equipotential increase. So every meter you go up, the electric field on Earth increases 100 volts in potential, and that creates a downward electric current. You can actually read Feynman lectures. I think it's 9.1. He explains this. There's horizontal equipotential lines, and it creates a downward current. It's very weak, but it's very.
Does that imply that gravity gets weaker at a distance?
Well, that's what.
Notch. She has the balls to say all that while simultaneously saying that the upward vector is quote unquote insane.
Yep. Yeah. It's asinine. It really is.
Whew.
That's what your model would claim as well. Now, I would actually have to get. Yeah, of course. The further away you get from the center of mass, but like it would be negligible, and I would actually have to know what the electric field is doing over 50 miles. Like the most I can independently verify is 35 miles. The mainstream model claims that like around 50, 60 kilometers, the electric field changes. Well, that's convenient, right? Because that's where we can no longer.
Yeah, but your electric field is starting out there in space and it's coming down, correct?
Well, I do believe, I believe that that's a major variable, is that there's tons of electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky, basically coming down to the Earth.
Yeah, but that implies to me that it's stronger up there than it is down here.
Well, everything goes to seek equilibrium, right? And that's why there's a downward current. You can actually run a generator off
Yeah, but
the air.
I think we've shown, help me, that gravity gets weaker the higher you go.
Well, and if it's just electrics, then why do neutrons not float?
Okay.
You see the problem? He makes his positive claim that's electrostatics, and they're destroying it. They're picking it apart.
Yep.
You see, he's making a positive
Yep.
claim. Now people will say, well, the upward vector is a positive claim. Of course it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a
But
positive claim.
it's demonstrated.
Yep.
You see? It's demonstrated. So again, that's the problem. I hate to agree with these guys, man, but
Okay, you're saying neutrons don't have any electric properties?
Correct. They're neutral.
They have a net neutral charge. So they're actually, in your paradigm, I don't even believe in this, but they're comprised of quarks. Well, I don't believe in subatomic pseudoscientific particles. So it doesn't matter.
right, it doesn't matter. So why are you arguing the point for him?
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter and you don't believe in it, Austin,
Let me
why are you
let me
doing
just-
that?
Yeah, let me just say something real quick, because like today I was watching a modern day debate with Witsit against Destiny, and Witsit was on the for Trump team, on for Trump side. And then part of that discussion went where, like Witsit got to the position where, well, they're both controlled oppositions. It's a false dichotomy, and he's not really for Trump. But then the basic fundamental begging the question is, like, why are you arguing for Trump? Like, why are you there arguing against Destiny to argue for Trump when you are not even like for Trump support? Like, you're not really supporting Trump. So I don't understand that. Like, it seems like Witsit, being an intelligent guy that he is, loves to argue for the sake of arguing. I can't see it any other way. Like, he just wants to argue and be that, like, refining and honing his ability to debate people so he can get in that position and be able to debate anybody about any topic. I don't know. What is his
Exactly.
intention?
Like this guy starts talking about neutrons, like subatomic particles, and instead of Austin just saying, "Can you show me evidence of these subatomic particles? Can you substantiate these No, he starts trying to make the argument better than the guy is making
Right.
it, and talks about quarks and the electrical potential of what neutrons are supposed to be. It's a good point you made, Notch. Exactly, because it's just about the argument for this guy. It's again, it's overcompensation. I don't know. I would love to know about Witsit's past, his childhood, why he feels as though he has to overcompensate. I don't know if he has like a college degree or what his deal is. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe because he doesn't have a doctorate and he's going against these two guys that do have doctorates, that he has to like show them that he's better than them in the academic realm. He argues against himself. It doesn't help the audience. It doesn't help the information, and it doesn't help him in any way when he's doing these debates.
You're laughing, but I'm about to show you that you don't understand it. That obviously it's made of quarks, and they're made of elementary charges or fractional elementary charges, so they are fundamentally electric.
Really, Austin? I thought you said you don't believe in subatomic particles. Oh, but Z, I'm Steelman in the. Yeah, I know you're Steelman in it. Why? Why? Just to show him that you're the smart boy? I hope you listen to this, Austin. You probably won't. But you should listen to what Notch and I are doing, because I'm trying to be very fair to you. I could just sit up here with your music playing and make fun of you the whole time. I'm actually trying to do this straight up and down.
Neutrons are electrically neutral, though. So why do they not?
Are
float?
they inherently electric?
They are electrically neutral.
See, I just now directly rebutted this. That's the net charge, but they're inherently electric.
If they're net charge neutral, then why would they not float in your model? If electrostatics,
Because they don't exist, fuckface. So why would they float? Why wouldn't they float in this model, that model, any model? You're going to tell me a neutron exists and you know what the charge is? Net zero, whatever? Come on, dude. This is insane. Witsit, why are you entertaining any of this?
is just, if that's the explanation for gravity, why are neutrons affected by gravity?
Okay, because this is your model of neutrons and that they're material. All material is electrostatic, and you tried to bring up neutrons, and that's what anyone can ever bring up because they think it has no charge. You're wrong. It actually does have charge. Everything does. Everything's electric.
It doesn't. The thing that doesn't even exist that you said doesn't exist. So why are you arguing what their fanciful fucking model is, dude? Why did you let them bring you to fantasy world to then argue against their fantasy world? No, well, the Wicked Witch of the West, she couldn't have magic ruby slippers. That's impossible because magic ruby slippers only work in the north with Glenda, the good witch. Did you know that in Oz, Notch, that the magic ruby slippers only work in the north? So how could they work with the Wicked Witch of the West? So that can't work possibly. It's absurd, man.
That's the true unified theory. They can't invoke this though because it's going to start to have ether and geocentrism pop back in. But the point is, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. What that means is all molecules in the world that are held together in any piece of matter, you name it, rubber, sand, glass, wood, name anything in the world, it's held together by electrostatics.
Yeah, but how does that prove gravity, though?
Well, it's see,
the guy asked the fucking question of, so how does that prove gravity, Austin? Great. All those like really smart things you just said. So how does that prove that electrostatics is gravity? Please. Could you answer that, Austin?
see, I don't have to prove a replacement for gravity. I'm stating a fact.
Really? Then why are you talking about electrostatics then, Austin?
Right.
Please.
Right. Exactly.
You see how he fucks himself over in these things, dude?
Yep.
I don't have to
You made a
prove
positive
every-
statement.
Exactly.
He made a positive statement. Yeah.
He made he said electrostatics, and they're challenging him on it because of his positive statement. Then he goes at the very end. He goes, "Well, I don't have to replace gravity." Well, then why did you, Austin?
Yeah. Exactly. Why did you?
Fact, which is
Yeah, well, we agree with that. It's all electrostatic.
and think about this.
I have
well,
no
what,
problem with
well,
it.
what is weight? It's weight equals mg. Because you're actually asking me to explain what causes weight. When you ask me about gravity, you have a different idea that everyone's antipodal and omnidirectional, and there needs to be a force pulling me on a sphere that's flying around the sun. I don't believe in that. I'm just going to state the facts that there's weight, and what is it? It's mass times quote unquote gravity, right? Little g. That's how fast things fall. So what is mass? It's volume times density. That's what it is. So then what is density? Density is the compactness of matter. Right? So what's the cause of density? Whatever's holding the matter together with a certain compactness, we know that is electrostatics. The actual primary.
So then, Austin, how can you then conflate that with that same electrostatic property is now, gravis? Don't you realize that's just conflation? You have to know that, Austin.
Primary cause of density.
How does that prove gravity, though?
No,
Exactly. Like this guy is just with his question, how does that prove gravity, is destroying Austin here. Because Austin's off on an unevidenced, unsubstantiated claim of electrostatics. Austin, your new gravity, your like gravity of a new generation is no better than their bullshit gravity, dude. You got to give this up, man. You got to give it up as he hand wave dismisses the upward vector. It's so fucking amazing. And he's never going to see it, Notch.
No, not at this point.
Explaining what weight is. People are. That's all you're asking when you ask, "What is gravity?" We were talking about weight. Because now I would actually say, you
got two balls, A and B. Okay, both are held together electrostatically. We agree with that.
Yeah.
But why is A attracting B, and why is B attracting A?
Oh well, that's a claim, and you maybe have to invoke Cavendish. Cavendish is the only thing even claimed to supposedly show that.
Well, it hasn't been disproven.
Well,
so
that's
why we do it.
So Cavendish is, you can't actually eliminate the variable of electrostatics in that test.
I'm not. I'm just saying the balls attracting each other.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, because of electric variables. So, and this is even well known in mainstream.
Well, you have to prove that.
No, I'm going to explain it. In mainstream, it's actually known. Even when you put Faraday material in between the balls in a Faraday cage and ground the entire system, it still actually has electromagnetic variables that are affecting the balls. This is well known. And then Cavendish actually, right, didn't even account for electrostatics at all. Supposedly ran across his yard with a telescope and saw it kind of jiggle a little bit, and then knew the density and weight of Earth by assuming and reifying the sphere. All this comes to is people wanted the Earth to be a sphere. They presupposed it. They built a model around it based on what they saw. Then they wanted the Earth to be a sphere that's moving around the sun, and they built a model around it.
Okay, good point. You could have made that about an hour and a half ago, Austin. Not an hour 35 in. After everybody already fucking tuned out. Notch, are we being mean to Austin? Are the thought police
Well,
going to come down on us that we're what? We're mean, what? We're jealous, that we're not
well,
going to
they're already here.
Antarctica?
They're already here. The SOT police, some of them are telling us that we're jealous and we're gamma bitches or whatever. I mean, like, but why are they even here? Why are they here to listen to gamma bitches, complain and being jealous about Austin? Because I feel very jealous. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to Antarctica. And, Austin is the number one flat earther. And I wish I was the number one flat earther talking about electrostatic, gravitas on Tim Pool. Gosh, and then only I guess it's the best that I can do is just trying to be a crab in a bucket, trying to grab him down and but I don't need to do that because I got electrostatic beam that I can just point at him and then I'll bring him down that way.
Stars, constellations.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the globe Earth, you have the northern constellations headed by Polaris on the top, the North Star, which is the tail of the Big Dipper. Okay. And you got some other constellations, the Bear and Cassiopeia and all that around. And then on the southern, you have near the South Pole, you have Octans, Mesmos, there's several other constellations there.
Cross.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat now, how are you going to incorporate those southern stars that in the globe model take up a whole hemisphere? Okay. How are you going to put them into the flat Earth model that only has a dome, does not have a sphere?
Here we go. Flat Earth model, only a dome. He's doing the same thing. He's doing the tried and true Globey argument.
Yep.
He's pointing out the obvious issues that the traditional flat Earth model has with the southern celestials, whether it's the sun, the moon, or the stars. It's consistently a problem with this model. This guy's going right for their weak spot in the model. Instead of Austin just doing what should be done and saying, what model? Why are you saying this model? Did I say model? He's going to defend it because of Austin's obvious bias with the Hebrew cosmology. I'm realizing that after all this, Notch, and I don't know how I didn't see it so easily before, Austin's religious bias bleeds into his arguments.
It's a big market. The Christian market is a big market, especially in America. You have to respect that.
It only has a hemisphere. How are you going to fit those stars in there?
Yeah.
From the south.
Well, I mean, they could actually be embedded into the firmament itself. But
he just said, Notch. So instead of saying, like what I said, where you go, I don't know, the Celestials are the Celestials, guy. He says they can be embedded into the firmament.
But what I actually think is
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you say?
They can actually be
what?
inside of layers within the firmament itself.
Well, we don't see them.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean from the
I
north?
have to try.
Notch, this was a fail, dude. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. This is an L, dude.
Wow. But it's a win in the sense that he got on Tim Pool with Alex Stein and a couple guys that I have never seen before. So from his perspective, it's definitely a win. But I get it because maybe the problem is that we set too high of an expectation on Witsit being the number one flat earther. Maybe that's our problem. We should lower the expectations, and then we won't be disappointed as much.
Right, and at the same time, we could just learn our place in the hierarchy and just know our role. Just bootlick these fucking people that are making these insane arguments, unsubstantiated claims. Come on, Austin. Yep. The stars in the firmament is your argument, dude, and multiple layers. So you can just continue to justify your basically debunked model. Oh, God.
have to travel.
So, so
I
you're
have to
asking
travel
why I
down
can't see them.
here to the bottom to
Yeah.
see those stars.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
So how
pretty.
can they be embedded in the northern hemisphere?
I'm going to make it easy for you, Austin. He's asking you, how come the southern sky doesn't work on your model, dude? That's what he's asking. He's pointing out the obvious flaws that you continue to defend for some reason.
So no, well, I just meant the firm itself, but I misunderstood your question. It's a pretty simple answer, right? It's like the same reason that street lights look like they're going down. So in the globe
What?
paradigm,
What do you mean?
so if I look at a long street, the street lights are all 10 feet tall, but they're going to
Okay.
look like they're going.
Okay, are you going to use that same perspective argument when you see that 24-hour sun in Antarctica? The perspective argument's not going to work there. How does the perspective argument work when the Southern Cross could be seen from South America, Africa, and Australia simultaneously? Is that perspective too, Austin? Is it also perspective when in the summertime, in the southern summer, that they're watching south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun rise to the southeast and set to the southwest? Is that perspective too, Austin?
They're going down.
So you're going to give me the perspective argument.
well, that's
that
what
correct?
that's what it is.
How? How does
Because
that
the way we
explain?
actually made these measurements is we actually looked at Polaris.
Oh man, Austin, you lost, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until now. This is my second time listening to this. He lost. You fucking got blown away, Austin, if you want to know the truth, dude. You shit the bed,
You know-
homie.
He
You know,
made some good points. He made some good
did.
points, but
Of
here,
course he
yeah,
did. Look. Of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
he made good point. Look, we're scrutinizing him on like a higher level. It's like, okay, like
Yeah.
notch. I don't know. Maybe we're just, I don't know, elevating ourselves. We're not like these number one top tier flat Earth gatekeeper, but
right.
you know, in reality, we're critiquing him on a level that's beyond basic. Okay.
Yep, that's true.
Okay. So yeah, I agree. He fucking made good points. Obviously, I would expect
Yep.
your garden variety flat earther to make a bunch of good points.
Right.
But my take is his adherence and his investment into unsubstantiated models
Yep.
and theories, whether it's about the map, the nature of the heavens, or his concept of gravity, his adherence to these unsubstantiated positive claims has been his downfall, man.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Here, it's very clear that's kind of being shown, at least to me, like that. Like right now, he's kind of getting lost in the dark forest for me.
And we took an elevation angle to Polaris, and we had a horizontal baseline that goes all the way to the zenith underneath Polaris. Now, on a globe, obviously, you can't extend a horizontal baseline hundreds of miles.
He's making a good argument here, Notch, about how perspective works with, it's basically how we came up with latitudes, okay? He's describing how as you go south, you see a drop in the elevation angle of Polaris, and then you could basically derive the latitudes from that. What the fuck does that have to do, Austin, with the anomalies that he's pointing out in the southern skies, dude?
Right.
Nothing. He's just explaining perspective, man. All right. I'm so glad we're almost done with this, dude, because now I'm getting upset.
Miles. And then what we did was went back a little further. The angle changes. Again, flat Earth measurement. The Earth measures flat. To even make the globe model, you had to make flat Earth measurements to get the latitude system. So basically, the perspective causes the star to drop down, just like the street lights. And you keep on making those angle measurements. What they then did was take those angle measurements that change based on your distance, and they put it into a spherical coordinate system. So,
Oh, wait a minute.
They love ignore. This guy's trying to fucking point in his face the observable reality of the southern skies, just like the 24-hour Antarctic sun.
Yep.
Just like the anomalies with Sigma Arcturus and the Southern Cross and everything else and the sun calc data. He's ignoring it because he's just going into his refrain And when he's backed in the corner, that's when he tries to go to the basics after he's already acknowledged a fallacious line of reasoning.
If the stars come out at night, all the stars come out at night at once. Okay, they're not spread out over time.
Yeah.
And we only see the northern constellations.
Yeah.
We don't see the southern constellations.
Until you go further south. Right. I mean, you don't even have to go all the way to the
No,
east.
if I went on a flat earth to the edge, I still wouldn't see them.
What?
You can go to any point on the earth in that circular disk and you still won't see the southern celestial stars.
Well, the stars are spinning, and as they come over top of you in your south, which they're actually more stretched out than in the north, and you can actually see them from a greater distance away than in the north, which is a major problem. I mean, you can see more constellations from a greater distance in the north and the south.
So
but
bad,
it should be
man.
symmetrical.
There should be some place on your disk.
Austin, you probably think this was a win and you left here feeling good. I don't want to destroy your confidence, homie. This is real bad. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to Notch or people like us, but this was fucking bad, dude.
Your disk where I can see octans.
Yeah, it's just the stars are above us.
Where am I going to see it?
Out south is just away.
South.
It's away from north.
Okay, well,
what's the difference?
Tim, because we're running out of time. I want to get your guys.
Austin, he should laugh at you, dude. Normally, I would rip on this guy for just laughing at you. He should laugh at you at this point, man. I wish I could laugh at you, but it's not funny to me anymore. It's not. Notch, these flurfs, man, they lost the plot a long time ago, dude. And I kind of want to cut Austin slack because he kind of fell into it. And I think he's emotionally involved now, and he's got a whole community around him of flurfs. And come on, Austin, dude. If you're going to be out here doing this shit, man. And people better not give a shit for coming. Dude, if Austin's going to be on Tim Pool pulling this shit, he has to expect critique.
Yeah.
You know, and we could have went way harder on this guy, dude.
Here's the thing I want to ask you, Witsit, before we wrap up, is, you know, you're going to Antarctica for TFE, right? And I applaud you for taking up that offer. So what are you expecting?
Let's pay attention here, Notch.
To see, I want to know what you're expecting to see. Are you expecting to see the sun set in Antarctica, or are you not? And if so, you know, why?
I have no idea. I don't actually have an expectation. I don't know.
I want to address a comment in the chat. You ready? From this Mark guy. Ready? Z, you talk like you think Austin is stupid, which is just wrong.
Nobody thinks he's stupid.
Yeah, if anybody sat here through this whole thing, come on, guy. You're just emotionally triggered because you like Austin, and we're destroying him right now with logic. That's all. Look, Mark, this needs to be done, Mark, new guy. Welcome and everything, but this needs to be done for so many reasons. It needs to be done. Sorry, it just does.
So, one second.
Nobody thinks Austin is stupid, okay?
Yeah, nobody's saying that. Nobody's thinking that. And let me just clarify some things. So when Austin had his conversation with Will Duffy, okay, and they're talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, Austin said that he would be surprised. This is the words that he used. He would be surprised if something like that happened, but he clarified his position by saying that he wouldn't just become a globie or whatever. But now after about a month and a half, 2 months since that conversation, here on Tim Pool, he's being asked a very direct question. What does he expect from the final experiment? And he has no expectation at all, which is kind of strange because remember, Jaren is telling everybody, we know that the sun circles around the AE map. We know that. So if Austin doesn't have any kind of a expectation in Antarctica, what does it tell? What does it tell us about his position? He's kind of agnostic, I would say. You know, he's not a globe earther. He's a geocentrist and such, but he has no expectation. So that goalpost has moved over the months, where he would be surprised to see the 24-hour sun back a couple months ago. Now he has no expectation at all. So he's basically.
And why do you think he moved that goalpost, everybody? Why do you think he moved the goalpost?
Yeah,
because me and Notch and because me and Notch and others, but me and Notch,
Yeah.
have made this point over and over and over again to these people. And if we weren't up here critiquing, he would still be in his same position. Because
Yep.
Nachiketa is exactly right. He has moved because now he has no expectation. But before, it was, I don't expect to see it. And if I do, well, I'm going to really have to reevaluate things, but it's not going to make me a glober. That's exactly right, Notch. Good point. Now he's saying there's no expectation. It's whatever the observation is. He has moved the goalpost. So people who want to come on here and say like, oh, well, why are you guys critiquing so hard? It's because it needs to be done. This is what discourse and dialogue is. If Witsit would come over and talk to us, maybe we could have this conversation with him.
Yeah.
But he won't do it. Okay.
That's why I'm going.
What if the Earth is flat, but like that? You know what I mean? Like, does that work for you?
No, I think it would be a bowl, if anything, like a basin. The ocean, right, is got upturned.
Then wouldn't you see the sun all the time?
Well, it just gets so far away you can't see it. As to what's going to happen in Antarctica, I don't know. Like that's why I want to go is because,
Like if it gets far away, it would get smaller.
Yep. He doesn't know. That's why he wants to go.
Mm.
Boy, he was singing a different tune a couple months ago.
Yep.
So funny, man. Hey, at least Austin has shown he could change his belief set based on information, unlike somebody we know.
Yep.
And so,
We're gonna-
all the evidence shows the Earth.
Will you
is-
be
We're
willing
gonna
to
wrap-
admit that the Earth is round if you go to Antarctica and it looks round?
Well, I don't see it looks round. I mean, I'm gonna take an infrared camera and I'm gonna probably see 100, 200 miles in the plane. So I don't. Antarctica. The only way it would prove it is if I could fly over the South Pole, pop back up on the other side. I'm very interested in the observation. That's obviously why I'm going. It's 11 days. It's very inconvenient. I don't blame Alex for not going. So it's 11 days. It's super cold.
Alex
I
is
mean,
scared.
I am scared.
It's also
Oh my
kind of scary in
God.
a way, right? So, but we'll
All
see
right.
what happens.
We're gonna wrap things up. This was a lot of fun. I love this. It was great to have these varying perspectives, all going at it. And so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. We got more coming up later today. YouTube.com/TimCastIR.
All right, Notch. That's it for that. Dude.
Wow.
I don't know what more to say about that whole thing, man. First of all, Tim Pool, like I said, dude, the guy's just. There's certain people, man. It's confirmation bias all the way, and there's nothing you could show them. There's nothing Austin can do to come up here and find some middle ground with these people. I don't like how he plays on their playing field. I don't like how he has to out-science the science guys, out-religion the religion guys, I don't know, Austin. So I don't know, man. It's just.
But that's
that
how
was
you
an
get
L,
popular.
dude.
But that's how you get popular. That's how you get on Tim Pool. I mean, like the reality of the matter is we're going to be in the deep crevices of the YouTube corner where we're going to be tucked away and shadow banned, right? And then, yeah, we may be logical and we have like demonstration on our side, but our relevance is going to be much less compared to Austin. So like from Austin's perspective, we're a bunch of losers, like hating on him. But actually, Austin, I do want to have a conversation with you. I don't want to dogpile on you. I still respect you as an individual. You never called me names or anything. You heard probably wrong information when you messaged me on Telegram. I mean, like, I'm going to have to point that out. You messaged me on Telegram saying that I heard you guys talking smack or talking shit and like slandering me. And I had a cordial reply to you. And then we were going to set up a conversation, but then you disappeared. Kind of like everybody else who kind of, tells me that they're going to have an interview or have a conversation with me, and then they kind of back out and then they disappear. And I'm just wondering, like, why are people doing that? Like, what's the point of doing that? Just either you want to have a conversation with me or you don't. And I even offered you want to have a private conversation off the record, and then I haven't gotten a reply. So I don't know what's going on. I know Tim Pool is much bigger than Nachiketa or Z. I mean, like, obviously we're a bunch of peons. We're way down at the bottom, and people are calling me Gamma, whatever. Let it be. Let me be the Gamma guy. Okay. What's the worst? Is it the Gamma? Is the Gamma the worst out there? Let me be you guys are better. whatever.
Gamma's the
you know,
worst.
that's fine.
Gamma's the worst.
Okay, good. Let me be
Gamma's
Gamma.
Gamma's like. Did you ever see The Lion King?
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember Uncle Scar,
Yeah.
the one who
yeah,
kills
yeah.
Mufasa?
Yeah, yeah.
He's Scar's Gamma.
Oh, okay. So I'm
They're
like
on the
that, okay.
outside and they're weak, and they hate on the alphas. They hate on the people higher in the hierarchy and stuff. That's what Gamma is.
Well, if that's what I am, I guess that's what I am. Why should I deny myself of my Gamma hood? Don't diss my Gamma hood.
Nachiketa, so you're Gamma, you couch surf and use people who are just so nice to you, and
Yeah,
what
yeah,
else? What else? What else can we pile on to somehow degrade you and character assassinate you even more? What do you think, man?
Probably loser failure is always a good go-to. Loser failure.
That is a good one. Yeah, that's a tried and true one, apparently.
Yeah. A beta slave, but no, gamma slave. I guess gamma slave is a better terminology. A slave to the system. You know, many things can be said about me. You know, loser failure is pretty good. Useless, very useless. You know.
So we've been going for a while, Nach. I want to take a musical interlude, and I put the link in the chat.
Awesome.
And we're going to invite anybody who wants to come up, even the people I banned. If you want to come up and argue, agree, I don't know, whatever. Lend your voice to today's conversation. The link's in the chat. Come on up, everybody, and let us know what's on your mind. In the meantime, please enjoy this brief musical interlude. Much love. Don't go anywhere. Come on, where's my music? You're making me miss my mark, computer.
Hey guys and gals, get hip with a new craze. Register today for your very own personal 666 barcode implant. No more need to carry cash or credit cards. The price of the goods you buy is now automatically subtracted from your bank account by the computer terminal at the checkout stand. It's fast. It's easy.
Supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. 'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand, and there's a laser scanner where you put your hand. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go. Without a computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go. I know there's a sale and a special on rice, and you can buy beans at a giveaway price. But that's just their way to get you down there. What you don't know is that they're everywhere. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. They had a special program on the TV last night, explaining calmly why these things must be done right. They say their new computer is the way to control, but what they didn't say is that it costs your soul. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go. Without a computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go. 'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand, and there's a laser scanner where you put your hand. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Oh, Kathy, can't you see what they're trying to do? This isn't just a new craze. They want to make us their slaves. let's leave while there's still time to get away. Honey, don't worry, just take my hand. We can make it even if we have to live off the land. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket. Kathy, don't go. Kathy, don't go. Don't go to the supermarket. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket.
Yeah, coming at you. Kathy, don't go. Don't go to the supermarket. Coming at you. What happened to my guest? Notch, we had a guest in the back, but they left.
I'm sure they will be back.
Yeah, we'll see. It was a very special guest, too. Links in the chat. The back's open if anybody wants to come up. It was one of my guests that I have theme music for. I always like those guests, Notch. It gives me an opportunity to play theme music. But alas, he's gone. He gave me the peace sign on his way out.
I'm sure people will pop on up, you know. I'm sure people will want to have a conversation with us, you know. Come on up. Show us your vitriol if you have a hatred towards Z and myself, though, too. You know, I am open for any kind of critique myself, you know.
People
Let
are
me
asking
know.
where Rasta Bear went. I got rid of Rasta Bear. Rasta Bear's gone. I wiped him out. We got somebody. I see in the back. Hold on, I'm going to bring you up. Anybody else who wants to come up, please feel free to come on up. Interesting, Notch, that you mentioned that you know, I knew this, but now the crowd knows it. That you know you've had conversations or communication with Witsit via Telegram regarding a potential interview, and he kind of blew you off. It seemed like. So
yeah, it was a very weird situation. I don't know if I want to go into all the details in regards to that, but you know, I feel like there is a little bit of a, I don't know what's the right terminology, catfishing and honeypotting stuff is happening with me with some of these people.
let's talk to this. Patriot Gains, you're live. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good, man. I just wanted to say, like, hey, I thought it was good that Witsit said, you know, I don't speak for no one but myself when it comes to gravity. So that's a good change because they normally just don't say anything at all.
Yeah. I noticed that too. And look, at least he gave that caveat. But here's the thing, man. But at the same time, you know, he's on Tim Pool in front of hundreds of thousands of people, if not more. And he's the flat earther arguing electrostatics for gravity, you know? So I appreciate the caveat, but at the same time, I don't know. It's not like I don't know. It doesn't go very far with me. Well, do you have any thoughts on gravity?
Oh, I'm an upward vector guy. I got no, not that I, and same thing with flat earth, man. I always tell people, I don't want to be the weird flat earth guy with no friends and just the weirdo. And then especially that, I don't want to be the rising flat earth guy, even, you know, more of a weirdo. But the reality is that's where the physics takes me. Water's level and flat. What do you want me to deny reality? Same thing with the rising flat earth. Yeah, no, real talk. The rising flat earth. I can't deny fucking physical reality and like shit. So that's where I'm at with you guys.
Well, that's the proverbial elephant in the room, man. And that was my big critique of Witsit, is that he's off on all these theories, man. And he wants to engage these people's theories and out theory them. It's like, but he's totally missing the fundamentals. And that's what people need to hear, is the fundamentals. When you have a platform like Tim Pool, it's such a great opportunity to present your argument, you know, present your side. You know, he doesn't have to sit there and engage with these people in nonsense. He could just call it nonsense and make a point. Silence is okay. Make your point, even if people laugh at it. That's fine. You don't have to show the sciencey people that you're more sciencey than them. It doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah, man. we're gonna take a big hit when the 24-hour sun comes out. So we're definitely, as flat Earth as a whole, is gonna take a big ass hit. I think the only way that we can fight back is because I'm a quiet flat earther, but like I said, on some of these like Level-Headed Williams challenge, he's got a really good playlist. I think we need to start sending those playlists to people, our friends, like texting on a local level. Like I don't really, like I said, you don't want to be that weird flat earth guys, but once you put physical demonstration in someone's face, it's just kind of like, whoa.
Yeah. When did you kind of realize this upward vector thing, man? Like what? Because I'll give you my story, Patriot.
All right.
And,
Well, yeah.
Hold on. Hold on a second. I want to say, I see you guest in the back. Much love, dude. I see you driving, Mr. Double B. I'm going to bring you up in a second. All right. If you can hold. For me, dude, the upward vector was something that was pointed out to me years ago. I didn't hand wave dismiss it, but at the same time, I didn't give it much credence. I kind of put it in the back burner. And after I was able to like lift the progressive veils and get past my own biases and things like that, I got to the point I go, I can't ignore this. Why would I ignore reality? That's the problem, man. No matter how incredulous one can be towards the argument, no matter how marginalized the upward vector group is, it is what it is, so for me, it just was like opening my eyes to it and saying, oh, okay. How about you? Like, what made you go, oh shit, this upward vector thing's weird, and that there's no evidence of acceleration downward?
Well, like everybody else, man. First, when I got into flat Earth, I mean, I thought I was skeptical, but I wasn't enough. When they said, oh, Flat Earth Society, Rising Flat Earth, I just believed it. I said, yeah, that's dumb. I just believed it. They're like, oh, we can't go to Antarctica. No one can go there. You can only go on the peninsula. And then this company is going way to hell in there, damn near in the center. I'm like, well, at first I was like, well, I just didn't believe it. Oh, they say we can go. We can't. I don't believe it. So I stopped believing a lot of the stuff, even what the flat earthers say, And it wasn't until I'd always liked Dell from Behind the Imaginary Curve, because he was honest, upright. He just wanted to know the truth. It's someone I really respected, to be honest, even though I don't know him personally, but just his content. And when he started preaching the upward vector, I listened, because of his character.
Yeah, right on. So it made you listen, and then you realize he made a good argument.
Well, no, the demonstrations. I mean, yeah, an argument, yeah, but I mean, like I said, I mean, water is wet, fire is hot. If I deny that, I'm denying reality, and I just same thing. Water's level and flat, and when Dell gave the demonstrations, you just can't deny it unless you're, a reality denier.
Yeah, man, completely. What do you say to this guy here, Rocky Shepherd, where he says, I don't comprehend the upward vector model? Well, I'll just start off. Rock, what model? What do you mean model? The upward vector is just, it's basically revealed through practical demonstration. Are you another guy that needs a model, Rocky Shepherd? Well, we know you're one of those biblical guys, so not saying there's anything wrong with the Bible at all, but when you want to claim that the Hebrew cosmology has to be, real because reasons, I have an issue with that. So maybe that's your problem, is that you think that a model needs to be comprehended. Who said anything about a model? Go ahead, gentlemen. You want to weigh in on that?
Well, I deleted Dave Weiss's app very recently. I've had it for the longest time, but the reason why I deleted it is because they're just lying now. Austin is way smarter than me. These guys are way smarter than me. And even I figured out just watching the practical demonstration videos, damn it, we're moving up. You know what I mean? So these guys, they're denying reality. And that's what kind of like, what's, I guess, pissing y'all off and making me really upset. Like, come on, man, you're denying reality. And same thing, if this guy here, this rock guy, you look into it enough, like I said, my IQ is not that high, but I mean, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, man, 100%. All right, dude. Thanks for coming. I want to let my next guest up, dude. Thanks for coming to talk to us, dude. I appreciate it. Come talk to me again. Any closing thoughts?
No, like I said, you just got to follow the practical demonstration and ignore all the bullshit.
Right, exactly. And I like what you said. At this point, they're basically lying, and that's kind of like what my issue is, dude.
Yeah.
is because they're invested in this model. Okay, once they've been shown so beyond the upward vector, which is a huge piece of evidence that contraindicates their model of a stationary Earth, they've been shown plenty of evidence that basically debunks their very simplistic model of a circling sun over the AE map, and they refuse to acknowledge it, which makes them liars at this point. So I agree with you when you say that they're lying, because that appears to be the case. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Real quick, Patriot Games, I shared. This is Dell's Discord group, and some of us get together over here and talk about upward vector stuff or other stuff. So you are welcome to come and join us for a conversation, Patriot Games. And thank you for your, it's in the private chat.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, man. It was nice talking to you. Come talk to me again, dude. That was a good segment with you. Look at that, Notch. See, more and more people here's the thing, Notch. When I talk to upward vector people, they're just right on point. They're logical. They're very clear in their thoughts. They come off as like emotionally stable people, man. It's just one after another, man. It's like they're the most polite. They have the highest degree of integrity, man. It's just like one after another, dude. I'm noticing this with this
they have
upward
clarity.
vector group, dude.
They have clarity.
That's what it is, clarity. They're not caught up in like a bunch of fucking philosophical nonsense. You know, that's just, guys, that's all in your mind when you start doing stuff like that. It's all in one's mind when they start talking about these unsubstantiated theories. You know, it's time to get over that stuff. Look, I'm sure it was fun for 9 years. Jaron and I don't know, fucking Sargent and Weiss and you had Nodell, and you guys sat around and you had these circle jerk sessions where you postulated a bunch of fucking theories. Too bad it turns out they're unevidenced. It might have been fun for you guys, but it's time to get over all of that, okay? And if you can't, make way for the big boys and stop hand wave dismissing us because you're fucking idiots at this point. Sorry. Bane Bear, welcome back to Z Show.
What's up, bud? How you been for the last 10 months?
How's it going, man? Good to see you. It looks like you have had some significant growth on your beard.
Yeah, it's my recovery beard. I went into recovery for a while. I haven't seen you since January.
Recovery in which way? In the way that I think you mean it, or in another way?
Yeah, drugs and alcohol. There's no shame in it. Like, I've been sober for 10 months now.
Good for you. I mean, is there anything you want to talk about, or you just want to let that go for now?
No, I mean, the flat earth, I think everybody's entitled to their opinion. Like, I think it tells a lot about the character of a man if you can have differing opinions and still respect each other. Like, I don't believe in the upward vector thing. I believe it's not moving at all, but that's just, everybody has, it's when people get emotional, like you said, when they lose their senses and they get all emotional and they start taking things too serious, so they take it personal, then it just gets out of control. But
I know we like to keep it fun around here.
Oh yeah. For sure.
Let me ask you something. I want to talk about Owen Benjamin.
Okay.
I don't know how involved you are with the bear community anymore, but
still listen to him.
Okay. So, you know what's funny, dude? He's been doing more interviews lately that I've been seeing just on random YouTube, and I've also been seeing more hit pieces come out randomly in my feed, dude. In my homepage, a Benjamin Owen hit piece will come out, and they're just calling him a cult leader and blah blah blah. You know, obviously, whatever they're going to do, that's the low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the state of Bertaria, the Bears, Owen? Where is he, man? How does he maintain his group if he's suppressed?
Well, he's on.
Go ahead.
And we have our own social media platform called Bertaria Times, which you can only put the good, the true, the beautiful on there. It's highly censored. You can't put anything political on there. You can't put anything about vaccines and flat earth. It's just, hey, this is my garden. Hey, this is my kids playing. Hey, I went on vacation and saw family, and it was good. Like, it's just beautiful stuff. But yeah, it's still all good. It's just that with the flat Earth thing, like, I watched that whole Witsit Gets It thing, and it's like, I know that a lot of things like biblically will get dismissed, but they never bring up the fact that their whole, oh, the Greeks proved it thousands of years ago. Oh, okay, but then somehow Columbus needed to sail the ocean blue in 1492 to what? To prove that it wasn't flat? Or was it because, it was Jewish owned and they were being kicked out of Spain that same year? I mean, more than coincidence. But it's also, I mean, there's a lot of things, like there's 200 references to it in the Bible. Like when God spoke to Job through a cloud, he said, "Oh, Job, why don't you tell me, since you know so much? Were you there when I drew a line on it, meaning the horizon? Where were you when I laid the foundations, or when its bases were sunk, or when I put its cornerstone?" You don't put bases, foundations, or cornerstone on something that moves. But it's, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but yeah, I think everyone was looking forward to the hype of the whole being on Tim Pool, that Witsit Gets It got a chance on there. And Witsit Gets It is a very smart guy. Like, he's really, really smart. But I don't know. I mean, I thought it was going to go. It's like the Tyson fight. I thought it was going to go a lot different than it did.
Do you care to elaborate on it? So here's the thing. I don't think anybody would argue with Witsit's overall intelligence, And okay, if we call like him an idiot or people like that an idiot, a lot of it's just to, for effect, so to speak.
Yeah.
What did you mean though? You thought it was going to go different. So I categorized Witsit that he took an L there. And here's why. I mean, I don't know how much you heard of my critique, but I categorized it as an L because I feel as though Witsit lets his ego, this is my interpretation. Okay. Take it or leave it. He lets his ego get in the way, okay, for whatever reason. I think he has some kind of psychological compulsion. So when he's against the scientists, he has to show them that he knows science better than them. When he's up against a theologian, he needs to out-theologian the theologian, right? So my point is, why step on their playing field? Why let them bring you down all these weird tributaries of thought, and arguments? Why not just stand on one square, make your points, make your argument, refute their argument? But this idea that he has to then steel man every little thing before his opponent can do so, I think it detracts from his argument. And I think it's basically to his detriment.
Well, it's also things he's
Go
also
ahead.
500 different times. And the difference between us and them would be like Witsit Gets It, Dave Weiss, and Mark Sargent all basically do it for a living in some way, shape, or form. Like, I make no money having the opinions I have. I've been called crazy or stupid by every possible genre of human being you can imagine. My beliefs aren't dictated by whether or not people accept me or reject me because I believe them. I believe them, and you accept me or reject me based on the fact that I don't move on them. And there's a lot of things like, okay, how about the world record for landscape photography? Long distance photography is 444 kilometers, which equivocates to like 275.5 miles, which would be 1.1% of the alleged curvature of a 25,000 mile Earth. That photograph wouldn't be possible if the Earth was.
Oh, Bane Bear, don't you know about like refraction? Like, haven't you heard about this little thing that apparently just bends an object into like perfect clarity? And
another thing,
I guess
Austin didn't bring up when they brought up the refraction about taking pictures of Chicago. Oh, it's a mirage. Well, a mirage means it's mirrored, which means those buildings would be upside down. So it's not a mirage. Okay, we can see too far. It's just a fact. And it's like the Statue of Liberty. How about bringing up the Statue of Liberty? Stands 376 foot tall to the top of the torch, but you could see it up to like 322 miles out to sea. They never brought that up. They never brought up all three of the oil rigs outside of Louisiana that are 3 miles, 7 miles, and almost 10 miles out to sea but you could see all of them all the way to the base if you zoom in on them enough. There's a lot of different factors that he didn't bring up. And like you said, he sometimes does get emotional because it's something he's gone over in probably hundreds of debates now. And of course, again, keep the factor in mind that Witsit gets it, Dave Weiss, Mark Sargent, all these people do this stuff for a living. Like, I would have loved to have hopped on that debate, but of course, me citing things like biblical references doesn't help because not all of them are going to believe the same things I believe.
I want to welcome two new members to the panel. We have Brenda Debates and Soul Reed Analytics. Welcome.
Good evening. I was wondering what my specific question is, what is your position going to be after it's only a few weeks away after the final experiment? How are you going to handle?
Haven't we talked about who are you addressing your question to? Everybody? Me? Nachiketa? Who's your question being addressed to?
Anybody who cares to answer, right? And so it's going to destroy the flat Earth. So how are you going to handle that?
I mean, I'd imagine I'll just cry in a corner for like months and months. And Brenda, if I'm inconsolable, would you volunteer to console me? I mean, you're a lovely lady. Is that something you'd be into? And
I would try to help you through this difficult period. Yes.
Brenda, do you find me attractive?
No, not at all.
Tell me why.
No, wait.
I don't think that personal issues are really important here. I'm more interested in the discussion about how Flat Earth is going to deal with a catastrophic event where Flat Earth has been falsified by the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I'm more interested in your sexual proclivities, and now I'm actually a little offended that you don't find me attractive.
I'm sure.
Let me ask you, if you had a choice between me and Jaron, who would you pick?
Yeah, I'm not interested in either of you.
Is there anybody you are interested in so I can get a baseline?
Nobody. I'm not interested in discussing this. I don't know why you're hung up on sexuality.
Better question. What if they do record our no proof 24 hours?
Who's making noise? Brenda, you're just gonna come up here and like make ice noises? What are you drinking, Brenda? Please tell me.
I'm sorry, that was some lemonade. I'm sorry,
Is
I didn't
it
think
like
that would come
spiked
through.
with anything, or is it just like
No,
plain
it's just
lemonade?
It's just lemonade.
So when we say lemonade, did you squeeze the lemons and put the sugar? Did you buy like, I don't know, the Crystal Light lemonade, pink lemonade?
It's Crystal Light, actually, brand specific. It's Crystal Light.
Oh, it's Crystal Light.
Yeah. So how are you going to cope when Flat Earth is no longer relevant and it's been falsified?
Like I said, I'm going to just cry, and I'm just going to be totally debilitated for months and months.
Yes. Okay.
Brenda, you seem...
You cut out, dude.
You seem sure.
You seem sure is all I heard.
Bane Bear, you're having some intermittency issues. I don't know if it's transient or what.
It's voice activation.
I said, seem sure. Like you're sure.
Yes, I am.
Hold on. Bane Bear, your shit's fucked up. I'm going to put you in the back. Try to work it out. Because otherwise, I'm just going to like... You're coming in and out in a weird way. I'll let you up in a second.
I have a high degree of confidence in my position.
Okay, so do you. You and I and Nachiketa all agree that they're going to see a 24-hour sun. You and I all agree that. We are of one accord there. So what? You just think that means something that we don't agree with. That's all.
Well, you can disagree with it, but you would be wrong because it's going to falsify the flat Earth. The Earth can't be flat if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Brenda, remember when you said I don't know science and you said I'm scientifically illiterate and I challenged you to a scientific test? Are you willing to go through with that, or are you just going to let that go? And then you told me it didn't matter.
I think I said yes. I think I said yes, didn't I?
Yeah, but then you said it doesn't matter because after you said I don't know science, and then I challenged you to a scientific examination.
Yeah, you never followed through. You never followed through.
Well, I don't know. Do
So
you have contact
whatever.
information that's readily available? We're going to have to get
Yeah,
like a
sure.
company that tests us. You understand that?
bvanawson at gmail.com. That's my email.
Say it again so I can get it when I
It's
listen back.
it's BVONAHSEN at Gmail.
Okay. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this. Will you stop with the ice, please? Please, Brenda. I'm surprised you don't use a straw for your lipstick. Maybe you're just not camera ready, so you don't have lipstick on. There's a couple ways we can do the test. We can do it live and have like a neutral party give us the test, but there's some issues there because one, we have a crowd, we have a chat that can give us answers and fuck the whole thing up. We could record it in isolation and do it, but then I can't guarantee that you're not Googling and I'm not Googling. We're going to have to find a way to do it that's fair and that's legitimate.
I don't know that this doesn't seem, I don't know what you want to do here. I don't understand what this is supposed to prove.
You called me scientifically illiterate. Did you or did you not? Okay.
I believe I did.
Okay. Did I ever call you scientifically illiterate? No, of course not.
No,
you said that about me.
You went directly to personal attacks and sexuality.
I didn't attack you. How did I attack you? I asked you if you thought I was more attractive than Jaron. How's that an attack?
Asking people about their sex lives is
Brenda.
It's inappropriate. Z.
I have a theory that you're obsessed with Jaron.
I'm not.
Do you know that he has a monster penis? Are you aware of that? That it's enormous?
Am I the one talking about it? Did I sing a song about it? Do you have a song do you have a song about his penis, Z? Do you have a song about it?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't have a song. Do you have a song? Who exactly is obsessed here? Who?
Do you know the words, Brenda? This is like
no, I
probably
don't.
right in your. You don't remember the song?
No.
You're about my age, probably.
I don't listen to it. No, not your age.
I woke up this morning with a bad hangover. And my penis.
Would you say you don't listen to this kind of music? Is that what you said?
I said I'm not your age. So
you're not.
Can we get
What's your age? What age bracket are you in?
I'm 66 years old.
You're 66 years old.
Yes. That's why I have time.
That's enlightening. I did not know that.
Yeah. There you go. So I have time to pursue interests of mine, and I enjoy talking to people over the internet, and this is what I do.
Like you're into a bunch of nonsense. So you don't care about. When did you stop caring about penises? Did you never care about penises?
Not really interested in this. Not really interested. I'm not going to interest in this. Z. You can talk about penises as much as you like. Go for it.
I'm actually obsessed with Jaron's penis. If you want to know the truth.
That's a great soundbite. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I mean, I'll admit it. It's okay. You can cut that out. I'm obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Only slightly less obsessed with his penis than he is.
I don't know, and I don't care. I don't care about people's sexual proclivities. Right. So let's talk about the issues, which is what is.
Go ahead. We can hear you. It's just background music. It's for effect.
What are you going to do when flat Earth is falsified by the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I already told you. You're going to ask me the same question. We'll give you the same answer. I'm going to be inconsolable, Brenda. I'm going to need companionship, and I'm offering that. I mean, to anybody, but to any takers. You don't seem like you're interested in consoling me, so I don't know what to do with you.
See, I don't think you're being serious, and I would like it if you would take this a little bit more seriously.
I would like it if you stopped with your ice on my show. Is it the sugar-free version of the lemonade, or is it full sugar?
That doesn't matter.
I'm guessing it's sugar-free, which means you're consuming like artificial sweetener right now. That's not good, Brenda. That's going to catch up with you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
No,
I'm
it's
drinking
not.
soda, which is high fructose corn syrup, but I'll take the high fructose corn syrup over that damn like saccharin or whatever the hell that artificial sweetener you're drinking is.
Yeah, I don't care. So the point is that it, whether you want to admit it or not, right? It will falsify flat Earth.
Okay,
And
we
it
got your
will-
point. So
it will
what? I
have
got
an
you.
effect.
We know what your
Whether-
opinion is.
It's not
We
an
got
opinion.
it. You understand that you have a bias towards the globe that
It's
you
not
love.
a bias. It's not a bias.
So
It's
you're
not
just
my
going to look for
opinion.
anything to confirm their bias. You're going to paint me into the same straw man that everybody else wants to do in terms of a model. You want to misrepresent my position. Okay?
What is your
And you
explanation
totally
going
want
to
to
be?
disregard any of the arguments that I have, so it doesn't matter.
What argument do you have? What argument do you have that accounts for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
People are telling me that sugar is worse than the artificial sweetener. I'm going to have to disagree with that, Iron, whatever that Roman numeral is. I'm going to say the artificial sweetener is worse than
22.
the sugar. I'm going to definitely say it.
So what is your explanation for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on
You're
your...
boring me. I have a lot of content where I explain it.
Yeah.
A lot. You've watched it. You've seen my videos.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I don't watch everything.
Okay. Then how do you know that I'm
Right.
illiterate regarding science?
Well, you're a flat earther. That's
just-
right there. I mean, that's
Right.
just... Yeah, that is the test.
Do you want me to point out the fallacy in your little argument there?
It's not a fallacious argument. It's not an argument.
Yes, it's circular reasoning, which you're very
No,
practiced
it's not.
in, like all the
It's not
Globers that I
circular.
know.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument to say that a test of scientific literacy could be whether or not you believe the Earth is flat. That's not an argument,
Brenda, are you a lonely person?
right? So what is your explanation?
Brenda, are you a lonely person?
How will the sun be lighting up? the
I
opposite
already
side
told
of
you,
the
if you want to know my arguments on this, I have a playlist on my channel
you
that
could
says
just
Level
tell me.
Earth. Brenda, it says Level Earth playlist. You
Yeah,
and
you could
anybody can
just
go
tell me.
there and you can get my arguments. They're all
Yeah.
there. I don't need to repeat them over and over and over to people like you.
Yeah, you could just tell me instead of being a passive aggressive little puppy. You're very good at that, by the way.
Oh, is that a compliment? Thank you so much. I need those. Brenda, do you like me? Am I your favorite of all the flat earthers? Do you have a favorite flat earther? And if so, who is it? Is it Flatzoid?
No.
Please
No,
don't let
I
it be
don't-
Flatzoid. I don't want you to like Flatzoid more than me. If you like Jaren more than me, I'd understand because he has a monster dick. And I know you're into dick and stuff, which is fine, okay? But
You don't know
I don't want
that.
you to like Flatzoid more than me. Can you just say that you don't like Flatzoid more than me so I could feel better? Could you say it for
Yeah,
me?
this is really indicative of how, you know, your issues here. Of how
Did you notice how you
insecure-
emphasized the dick
insecure-
syllable?
how insecure you are, right? And how frightened you are, right?
Brenda, how would you respond?
How much of a beta you are?
Brenda, how would you respond to this claim from Jill the Pill that says that you need Jesus?
That's nice.
What are your thoughts on Jesus?
Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm interested in talking about flat Earth, and I'm
Yeah, but
interested
I'm
in
asking you
hearing
about
from you.
Jesus.
I'm interested in hearing from you, or possibly Nachiketa, about how they're going to cope.
Nachiketa's hanging out. He's hanging out and just listening.
Well, I'd like
He's
to hear
fine.
from him. How he
We just
plans
went over
on
this whole
coping.
thing with Witsit. It took us hours to do it. It was quite trying.
Yeah. You have you have high praise for Witsit, right? You think
Really?
he's
That's what you got
smart?
out of that? You got out
You
that
said
I
he
high
was very
praise for
smart.
Austin?
You said he was very smart, right? Didn't you say that? You did say
I mean,
that.
if you
I
can
heard
consider
you.
that high praise, I guess that could be considered high praise. That's one thing.
You think that? Yeah, I think it is praise, right? To call somebody very smart. And I
Brenda,
think
can you
Witsit
bring us
isn't-
in? Can you bring us behind the curtain? Give us a window into your life, please.
No, I'm not really
We
interested.
want to know about Brenda the person. Okay, so we're sitting here. We disagree on topics, much like Republicans and Democrats. They're never going to find common ground. You and I are never going to find common ground here. But that doesn't mean we can't find common ground in life, because we're much more than our beliefs and the things we understand. We want to get to know you, Brenda. Brenda the person. I want to get to know Brenda the person.
Yeah, I'm really not interested.
Let us in.
So I don't think that, I think it was a disastrous for Witsit, although I think that Witsit is going to jettison flat Earth, go over to geocentrism, because I think he got a taste and he wants more. Right? He's thirsty. He's got a taste of attention by those people, and he wants more of it. And
You
so
may
I
be
think-
right. You and I might agree on that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
I
sure
think-
that I'm pretty sure Jaren will turn into a geocentrist glober after the final experiment. Witsit
I'm
might not
not
be far
100%
behind.
sure.
Witsit might not be far behind.
Yeah,
We could agree on that.
they might. It might, maybe not. I think Jaren has indicated he has a lot of frustrations with the flat Earth community. He's voiced those in the past, and I think that they're not undeserved. Right, a lot of his criticism of the flat Earth community is not undeserved, particularly with you in regard. Right. Right.
So you saying you like Jaren better than me because he's more globy than me?
Do I like
Is
him?
Jaren
No,
your
I think
favorite
he's.
flat earther right now? Is Jaren your?
No, I don't have a favorite. I don't have a favorite.
Who's your favorite
You're all,
globy?
you're all my favorites.
Who's your favorite
You're all my
globy?
all of them are my favorites. All of you are. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you think this works for you? I don't really think it does. I think it shows badly for you.
What in particular, Brenda? I'd like to know.
Yeah. Just this here. This is a bad look for you.
Mm-hmm. You mean my show, which I've been doing for 2 years now?
No, not your show. I'm not talking about your show. I'm talking about this here.
Of what we're doing, our conversation. I'm trying to get to know you better. I'm
Yeah,
trying to humanize
this
you,
stuff.
so people just
This
don't have
stuff.
to hate your guts. I'm trying to
Why would
humanize
you hate? Why would you hate me?
I don't hate you, but people obviously do. I don't.
Why? Why would they do that? 'Cause you guys talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk, right? You talk about wanting truth, wanting disinterested pursuit of truth, but you don't walk that. You don't care about that. You don't care about that at all, right? That's not what you're about. You're not about the truth. You couldn't care less about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you say so, Brenda. Brenda, I don't know what to do with you in so many ways.
You could be. I'll help you out.
You're not going to get what you want
can
out of me, and I'm obviously not going to get what I want out of you.
You can drop the attitude, stop being passive aggressive, and just be genuine and honest. I don't know if you can do that. Maybe you're afraid.
Okay, I'll give you another chance. Go ahead.
You think you're afraid? Are you afraid?
So as you're asking me the obviously loaded question, passive aggressive, saying what am I
Yes.
going to do when the flat Earth is destroyed? So you want me to answer your disingenuous question with a sincere answer?
not-
That's what you want?
I've been going around to.
When you started this whole conversation off in the way that you did, you and like this cunt here, my Cherie, whoever the fuck she is, thinks I should sit here and like entertain you in a way that like you guys want. When you obviously came up here in bad faith. What am I supposed to do with
So-
that?
Well, the best advice I have for these kinds of situations is to simply be genuine rather than disingenuine, which is what you're doing now because
Oh,
you're
really?
afraid.
Like
it's based in
disingenuous,
it's
like the
it's fear.
disingenuous question
It's
that you
fear.
asked me when you
It's
said,
disingenuous.
How am I going to feel when
Yes.
the flat Earth is destroyed? by
I've
the
been
24 hours
going.
time.
I've been going to flat earthers on Discord, and on and various other YouTube channels, and onto Clubhouse, and asking them the exact same question. I asked Jamal on Clubhouse just earlier today the same exact question.
Okay, so you asked him the same bad faith, passive aggressive question
It's
as
not
you accused
bad
me
faith.
of being passive aggressive. Thank you.
It's not bad faith because it is an actual experiment. It is a hypothesis test.
Oh, it's an experiment.
Yes,
okay. Why don't
absolutely.
you hold on? Maybe you'll get more
I
ground with
will.
Nachiketa. Nach, would you care to answer Brenda's completely sincere question about what are you going to do when flat Earth is destroyed? Is that something you're interested in addressing, or what?
No, thank you. No, we've had enough conversations in the past, so
I
no, not
hardly-
really that interested. Hi,
Well,
and
you talk
enjoy.
about truth and stuff like that, but it seems it's weird how you just don't walk the walk. Although you like to talk, but you don't walk it.
I woke up this morning,
Right?
hangover, and my penis was
Right? That's what flat earthers do.
Are you talking to me or Nachiketa?
I'm talking to all flat earthers when they get on their channels, like to
What is
talk
the
about how
clicking? What is the clicking in the background? Why do I hear clicking now? Are you fidgeting? Are you fidgeting with something? You're
Yeah, I have a
fidgeting.
pen.
Why are
I
you
have a
fidgeting?
pen.
Why? Do you think Nachiketa is fidgeting? He's not. I'm not. But you're fidgeting. Why?
Yeah, it's not important.
Can we get behind your anger, your frustration, your anxiety? Get to the root of it.
I'm just asking the question, which is, what are you going to do? Right?
I'll ask you a question. Do you care
you're
that
going to drop off a cliff. It's
Do
going
you
to be
care-
like dropping off a cliff.
Do you care that my chat is misgendering you? Do you care about that?
I don't have them open, and I don't pay attention to your chat.
Yeah, but I'm notifying you that they're misgendering you. Is that a problem?
Yeah. It's simply indicative of the moral degeneracy of your chat
Mm-hmm.
and of flat earthers in general, moral degenerates.
Brenda, I
This
don't
is
know
how- this
who's
is how you
wasting whose time
walk.
at this point.
This is how you
Like,
don't.
you and I are involved in this
follow.
like game of weird metaversal chicken to see who could
If
waste
you would-
each other's time more.
If you would just be honest and answer the question, because you're not going to get away with, oh, I just don't care, right? Because it's going to be the fact that flat Earth has been falsified. We have seen a 24-hour sun, right? Your position is no longer tenable. It's just going to be pure laughingstock, right? From then on.
Hey, that's your
After
opinion.
December.
You always thought that.
it
You're
is.
always going to think that. So,
And
what?
so you're going to need to adjust to this future where flat Earth is no longer going to be anything that anybody pays any attention to. You're not going to get attention anymore.
What does that have to do with me or the truth of a thing?
It's going to affect you.
See,
Right.
here's the problem, Brenda. People like you project their internal space off onto everybody else. What makes you think I'm concerned what other people think or how popular Flat Earth is? I'm glad this is happening because I watched for 9 years a bunch of gatekeepers promote a fallacious, unsubstantiated model of the quote unquote flat Earth that's about to be debunked. That's actually good for people like me.
Do you have a non-fallacious model?
Who needs models? What about your fallacious model called the globe that's completely unevidenced and been debunked 7 ways from Sunday?
It's never happened. Not once. There's never been a shred of evidence against the globe. Not once. A model, a scientific model, right, is a representation of some physical state, right? Some way the world is.
Brenda, are you enjoying this tonight? Are you enjoying this?
Yeah, this is not relevant, dude. Not relevant.
Yeah,
So you have. So
yeah,
all I can conclude is that you have nothing. You have nothing. You
That's
have.
right. You're right. You win. I have
no
nothing.
model.
You have
You have-
everything. Brenda, you have everything. You have
You have
consensus.
nothing.
You have appeal to authority. You have appeal to emotion.
No, I have
you
the
appeal
truth.
How many appeals can I put? How many logical
I have-
fallacies can I place that
I
you have?
truth. The Earth is a globe is true. I have the truth. You do not. What?
Nacho was fun for a little bit with her, and then it got boring.
Yeah. Yawn.
Come on, Brenda. I mean, I'm trying to talk to you about stuff. Okay, like you don't want to talk about guys' relationships and stuff. I'm trying to humanize you. I'm trying to connect with you in a way that's not this. We're never going to agree on this subject.
Nope.
So I try to talk to you about like other stuff, and you just want to come up here and what? It's so funny, Notch. She obviously asks like a fucked up passive aggressive question in a way to try to like this got you, and then pretends as though I'm supposed to be sincere after that. Give me a break.
Yep.
Is this a logical fallacy? Appeal to gender ideologies? Unbelievable, man. Yeah, Notch. We're not going to get anywhere with Brenda. It's not going to go
Unfortunately
anywhere,
not.
man.
No.
It's not going to go
I don't think
anywhere.
so.
But unfortunately, Notch, that's their big, this is the optics of this whole final experiment. It's what we've been talking about the whole time. It's for the Brendas of the world. It's for the ones who they don't know. Should we listen to the Brendas of the world? Should we listen to the Notches and the Z's? And it's basically to confirm the biases of all these people, man. It's it's to give them the evidence that they need to close the book on this topic, so they don't ever have to address it again, and they could just continue to minimize us and disregard us in so many ways. That's all I'm seeing here, dude. It's like we've said it, Notch. Will Duffy played this really well. It's not like he had to do a lot. He just had to pull it off. He had to basically convince at least a handful of flat earthers, really just one, convince them of the false dichotomy, get them to play into the narrative, and then the rest is going to be dominoes falling, man. And it's for all the Brendas of the world, man, so they could just high five each other and basically, disregard everybody who they've misrepresented and straw man, because it's consistently, they just build a straw man and burn it down, dude. It's classic.
Yeah, I think like he played a really good game, and again, you have to give props to the people who are kind of calling it out. He's calling out the bluff, and what did he do? He kind of threw the bait out there, free ticket to Antarctica. That's worth 31,000. Who doesn't want $31,500 and experience and the fame and whatever else that goes along with that, right? And then he reeled them in, and once he reeled them in, they're going into the contractual game, which Will Duffy is going to be a master at because he's been doing that much longer and knows, in greater detail than other people. Now they're in it where they can't get out, right? They can't get out and just like be like, okay, like I'm sick and whatever, and what they have to pay him back if that's the case. That's been already revealed. So they understand that they're kind of like in it now, and then in order for them to move forward, they have to continuously talk about the circling sun and the AE map and the circling sun, because that is the jobber's job, right? The jobber's job is to get body slammed over there. But what if now, if the whole narrative actually started to turn? Let's just say, theoretically speaking, Jaren, Witsit, Lisbeth, they woke up tomorrow and they like had a conscience and they're like, holy shit, actually, I don't know what the fuck this guy is doing. The earth is a level no matter what. I'm in it. I understand. I'm going to have to do this whole charade of going to Antarctica because I can't pay back the $31,500 or whatever that I owe him. But I'm going to tell everybody this information. Then what's going to happen? Then they're going to be like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be a level earther no matter what. It doesn't matter what the sky is doing. Then what's going to happen? Right? They can't play this game anymore. That's the truth.
Notch, what do you say to people who would make the argument towards us that this is like a cop out? It's the argument that Jaren's consistently made to me and you, that we've like abandoned this thing that we've been holding on to. Again, he's going to presume and presuppose what you and I think, and so many people, right? But how would you answer this argument that you and I are basically in some like desperate way abandoning the model and kind of like turning our back on basically the flat earth? Like when Jaren says he's the real flat earther because he's sticking to this model, man. Go ahead, please.
No. I mean, like what are we copping out about? Like, because what? Nothing is substantiated other than the fact that we have said that the Earth is level. I'm not living on any fucking model. I'm not going to make any positive claims on that. And you're the one who is talking about the AE map. You're the one, Jaren. I'm talking to Jaren. You guys are the ones talking about the circling sun, and we know what the sun is doing all the time, 24 hours a day. You know what it's doing. So if you know 100% that's what it's doing, then you should know that there is going to be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? Correct? Right? So like his narrative is that if you know that is to be the case, and then you go to Antarctica, and then remember like over at Mark Sargent, you were kind of like a little bit wishy-washy about what you're going to see, and then like again Witsit here, he's basically like he has no expectation. But I thought you guys knew what the sun was doing. If you guys know what the sun is doing, bet your house, bet everything, bet your channel. But you guys are not betting your channels. You're not betting your houses. You're not betting anything, right? So it's just talking out of your ass. That's what it comes down to. I'm telling you, I don't fucking know what the sky is going to do, but I tell you, I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to be seeing the 24-hour sun, right? I'll put some money in it, like maybe $50. That's all I got. That's how much I get paid, a little bit here and there, But whatever, give me some odds. If you know the fact that there's going to be a 24-hour sun or not in Antarctica, give me some odds. Maybe we'll play a game here.
So Nach, I got somebody else in the back. I'm going to bring him up, but if you don't want to talk to this guy, I'm going to get rid of him because I don't know what to say to him. Maybe you're going to have something to say to him. Rock E. Shepherd, welcome back to Z Show. What do you got for us?
Hello, sir.
I was wondering how. I thought they were planning this a long time ago. What's taking so long?
What are we talking about? The Antarctic trip, the final experiment?
Yeah,
they're leaving. They're leaving December 10th, Rock. So just mark your calendar. That's 2 weeks from. It's fucking not less than 3 weeks. They're leaving December 10th, and they're flying to the southern tip of South America. Okay, they're going to stay there for 2 or 3 days, and on December 14th, they're going from the southern tip of South America to Antarctica. They will be landing at Union Glacier. What's it called? Union Glacier something. Okay. Camp. Union Glacier Camp. And it's at the 79th and a half. It's basically the 80th south parallel latitude. Okay. At that point, they will be there for 4 days, Rocky Shepherd. And they will then embark on a plane back to South America. That's the plan. Okay. Now, what do you have for us?
Well, I was on Google Map, and I would follow the Antarctic coast all the way around, and there's like hundreds of little cities that you can zoom in on. How come you just can't contact people in them cities? I mean,
well, they're bases. They're bases.
No, some of them are ports. There's seaports where they got a big, and you just follow the Google map and stay where you can see where it's showing you the city.
Here's why, because you can't see the 24-hour sun unless you're at the 80th south parallel. That's why. Do you understand? You have to be very close to what they're calling the pole, whether there's a pole or not a pole. Do you understand? You have to be that far. So the ones you're talking about, they're like at 66, 70. They have these like Carnival cruises and shit that go down there. They're not south enough, dude. That's the plain and fucking simple answer. Do you understand what I'm saying, Rock? Yes or no? It's the same thing in the north. You don't see it until you get to the 80th north parallel. You got to get very south. There's not many bases that are there, and certainly not many that could be accessible by civilians or the public at large. So it has to do with the latitude. All right. But I understand what you're saying. But here's the deal, Rock. Lots of people have gone to the quote unquote South Pole. Lots of people have been to Union Glacier Base. We're talking number in the hundreds and thousands. Now, Rock,
That's just
Nachiketa,
one,
hold
that's
on.
one controlled area
Agreed. Yes, you're right.
on this one thing, but there's lots of places otherwhere with are just as close as that place. It right on the shore of the so-called continent. You just follow it around. It's just pretend it's inverted, and you can see that they're taking you to one controlled area where they could take you to so many other areas, because there are towns. I don't know what kind of towns they are. Are they all government controlled? They're like, who knows? I haven't been there, but can you get there? Well, why can't people just get there and check it out? It's like
I
some
think
kind of.
that's a good question. I think we can all agree that this is a very controlled observation from a very specific location, and does beg the question, Mr. Rocky E. Shepard, why is there no independent exploration of Antarctica allowed? You and I could agree. Let me ask you this, Rock. Nachiketa and I don't know if you've been following, have been very clear that we do expect them to see a 24-hour sun. Okay? We expect it because of evidence in multiple ways, which we can get into. What are your thoughts regarding the possibility of a 24-hour Antarctic sun? What does it mean, or what doesn't it mean to the possible cosmology models, things like that?
Well, if they go down there and they show a 24-hour sun, that's one time that they've done that. And I'm wondering why all these towns along the thing haven't shown some kind of video already, that just one controlled environment.
What if they have? The FE
what
community just claims that they're all fake. There's plenty. It's just been claimed that they're
Then you
doctored
can
and faked.
that they're all fake. They're probably just all fake or something shit. You can't just do it with one. It'd have to be more than like 3 or 4 people are going to go down here. Well, what if they're all like, oh, there's no such thing as conspiracy. They would never.
Let me ask you, Rock, what if you were going on this Antarctic trip and you were physically flown down to the southern tip of South America, and then you were flown to Antarctica, you could trace the coordinates, and you witnessed the 24-hour sun yourself? What impact would that have with you?
Well, I would want to, if I'm on one spot that they took me to, I would want to follow the coast.
Notch, they never want to answer the fucking question, do they, dude? They want to serve their biblical Hebrew cosmology model with the circling sun.
What are you asking?
AE map. I'm asking you a specific question, Rock.
Okay, ask me it again.
Everybody wants to dance around this fucking question. I'm asking you what the 24-hour Antarctic sun, if you were brought down to Antarctica and you witnessed a 24-hour sun in this specific latitude at this specific location, what that would mean to you.
I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. How did it happen?
Figure it out now.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Notch, they don't even want to. They don't want to even expand their mind for the fucking possibility.
Maybe it's a reflection. Maybe it's some kind of reflection that's behind you that beaming. How the fuck do I know what the fuck goes on? I've never been down there. I'd have to figure out what the fuck's going on.
All right, that's not a bad answer.
Is it that fucking thing they say they got, that fake sun shit? Is that what it is? Who the fuck? I'd have to look at the sun. So what the fuck is it behind me?
So let me ask you, Rock, would you think the Earth is a globe if you saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
That wouldn't change my mind. I know the Earth is flat, Now, what's on the end of, if there's a dome there or what the fuck? I'd have to go down there and.
All right, I've had enough of him. I've had enough of him. I've had enough of you, Rock. Go kick rocks somewhere. I see you rocking. I see you in that fucking Karen B fucking chat talking about me. I see you in that Karen B chat talking shit about me, dude. You never defend me once when people start running their mouth about me or Nachiketa. You pile on. You're a little bitch. Notch, this guy was a Marine. This guy fought for this country, and he's a little girly bitch, is what he is. He's a little gossipy little bitch. Oh, he wants to just curry favor. What do you think? They're going to what? They're going to promote you, Rocky? They're going to give you what? People to your channel if you just lick the boots? You're a bootlicker, Rock. You turned into a bootlicker. That's all you are. Karen B, you're licking Karen B's boots. You love it. Talking all kinds of shit on me and Nachiketa everywhere you go. Now you come here. Now you are. Now you come here looking for clout, looking for a little bit of attention. And what? You're just a shit talker. Come on, admit it to my audience that you talk shit about me on Karen B's channel.
So what the fuck would you do if you went down?
Admit it.
You tell me what you do if you went down there.
Nothing. I already think there's a 24-hour sun, so it doesn't change. I'd probably sleep through the whole thing. I'd probably go like, I don't know, cross country skiing and ride some fucking snowmobiles. As Austin and like, I don't know, and Jaron are sitting there dumbfounded because there's actually a 24-hour. I'd be having fun. I'd probably be trying to get to know that Lisbeth girl, if you want to know the truth. I'd probably trying to get to know Lisbeth a little bit better. I'd spend some time with her in the fucking cantina. Don't talk over me, fuckface. Where are you, Lisbeth? Lisbeth, after you see the 24 hours, come talk to me and Nachiketa.
Oh my god.
Nach, he's like a baby. He's like a grown Marine baby. You know, I've met a lot of Marines. It's so weird because they do this thing, man. This is the part where I generalize everybody. They have this big, tough exterior. They get all these muscles. They get all these tattoos. But in the end, they're always very, very like little boys. Rock, you're just a fucking typical jarhead little boy. You're just a little baby boy jarhead like every other fucking jarhead I ever met. That's all you are. That's it.
My feelings, I'm going to cry.
This fucking guy. Let me play
What's
his
the intent?
music. What? His intent?
What's the
Go ahead.
intent? No, I mean,
His?
like, what's the intent? Yeah, like of like going around and talking shit about people, and then like coming here, and does he want to have a genuine conversation, or is it just to try to serve us up for some kind of content?
He's fucking weird, dude. Let me put his music on.
Walking these streets so long.
Fucking guy, man. At least he has a good theme song. We could enjoy that.
I like this one.
You're fucking hypocrite. Talk shit about
Sing
me.
along if you have words. Shut up,
Cry baby boomer going around talking shit when that's what you do.
Washed away like the snow and the rain.
Everybody, come on. There'll be a load of compromising on the road to my horizon. But I'm gonna be where the lights are shining on me. Like a rhinestone cowboy, riding on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo.
Like a rhinestone cowboy, getting cards and letters from
People I don't even know. Come on.
and offers coming
Over the phone.
Well, I really don't mind the rain, and the smile can hide all the pain. But you're down when you're riding the train, and
taking a long way.
And I dream of the things I'll do
With a subway token.
and a dollar tucked inside my shoe. There'll be a load of compromise.
Rock, man, I don't know what to do with you, Rock. Rock, you really are a backbiter, man.
Why were you trying to go for that gun, Rocky?
Yeah, Rock. Explain it.
That's an air gun. See, I prove it to you.
This fucking guy, Notch. This fucking guy, dude.
Yeah. Almost like he wants to get this channel shut down.
Yeah. Almost like he's nuts.
Rocky,
I don't
stay
know.
with your team, man. I mean, I mean, you know, you made your lines, and then like you just can't have friends on both sides of the fence. That's, you know, like I'm never gonna respect you, for, you know, for the way you are. I don't know. That's I don't know in your world if that's respectable, backbiting and like, you know, at least be a man. You know, like stand up for what you believe. I
Right.
think that's the dignified thing to do.
Dude, this guy's hanging around Karen B's channel like a sycophant. All these flags. He's
Yeah.
over there in the fucking Globe Busters.
Stay there.
Rock, they don't care about you. See, he's doing that thing, Notch, where again, he's a bootlicker, dude. He thinks as though as he's like follows these people and just falls in line that they're gonna somehow, I don't know, like give him some attention. It's not gonna happen, Rock.
Maybe you get a little bit, you know, people like laugh and it's like, oh, Rocky went over there to Notch and Z's channel and he tried to, you know, talk some sense to them or whatever, you know, it's like content. Look what I did. It's like Rasta though too. It's the same thing. It's like, hey, look, I'm talking some shit to those guys, you know, and then he's gonna get some stripes over there by those people. Okay. Enjoy. You're never going to be at their level. They're never going to. I mean, like it's treacherous. It's what like traders do. Like traders are never accepted anywhere. I mean, like once you're used as a backbiter and a kind of like a backstabbing type of individual, they know you for what that is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Notch, we're over 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I think we did a good review. I don't know, man. Look, as far as the Witsit thing, dude, I don't know what to make of the guy. I actually like Witsit. I just don't like what he's doing. I really don't like his association with Jaren. He's kind of making us all look bad. Maybe he just doesn't realize it. He's caught up in it, man. I know he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
For whatever reasons, personal reasons. I can't go in his mind. I don't know, man, but it's kind of disappointing. I'm going to say this in a way where I'm not going to try to get like appeal to emotion too much. It's disappointing for me to see him and the way he is and the way he's so compromised with these people. And maybe he'll realize one day, you know, maybe he'll break out of it. I don't know, dude. Maybe he'll double down. It's just, to me, very disappointing to see. And if people say, oh, why? Look, he's going to Antarctica. He's about to be very prominently displayed to the world. He's been on Tim Pool and he's been on, obviously, InfoWars at this point. He's obviously now open to criticism and scrutiny. Of course, man.
Yeah. Okay, so what I will say about it is that you know, he's never going to change about the Mickelson Morley interferometry stuff. I don't think so. You know, what I mean, like that. He already kind of he's dug in with that, you know, and then the downward vector, downward acceleration is kind of dug in with that, and this like electrostatic. That's going to be his ultimate downfall, as far as I see it. Of course, his association with Jaren, that's going to have to play it out. I think some probably events going to happen where they will come to the realization. So he's going to have to be like really decisive about like, does he want to go down that road that Jaren's going or not? Because like all of them are kind of huddled together as far as I see it. You know, that whole crew. They have circled their wagons and this is our community and we need to protect this, whatever this is, whatever this FE model is. You know, the circling sun, the downward vector and all and then within their community they have their totem pole, as we know, and they want to maintain their structure that way. Things are going to break apart a little bit in the coming, you know, days, months, years. I don't really care, you know, like they're going to do what they're going to do. Time's going to have its way with them, you know, as it's already happening. You know, people are kind of like leaving the scene and they're like, oh, you know, I see what the trend is, and you know, like the people are just like trying, you know, they're never going to admit defeat, but they're not participants anymore. That's kind of the way things are happening, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Nice take. All right, everybody. That'll do it for another Z show. Thank you all for being here. New people, prominent members who've been here for a while, and everybody in between. And even you, Rocky Shepherd, and even you. And even you too, Brenda. I got nothing but love for you, Brenda. Why not? I don't know if you share that same feeling towards me. Who knows? All right, y'all. And as they say, parting is such sweet sorrow. So it's not goodbye. It's just goodbye for now. And we'll see you later, guys. Peace.